Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Leah Remini sues Scientology. The bombshell lawsuit that claims she was held captive by the church after Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding. LIZZO responds to the harassment and hostile work environment allegations, saying it's all sensationalized stories. Who do you believe? Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening? And comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live.
Your father won't go because he's still really mad about the war.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No.
Y'all, just stop. This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Tori and Jeff already beginning to misbehave. Yes, they are. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so this is something that I know that we've heard about in the news cycle for quite some time, but there's a new layer to it. After years of speaking out against Scientology, Leah Remini is now suing the church. She is also suing the leader of Scientology, David Miscavige.
Correct.
She announced the lawsuit on her Instagram, posting this long press release detailing her claims of 17 years of psychological torture, defamation, surveillance, harassment, and intimidation. Leah was a member of the church for more than 35 years before she walked away in 2013. And since then, she has been speaking out against it, including on our show. Check out this clip from a couple years back.
Not everybody who has a voice uses it. And I'm a firm believer. I was a vocal Scientologist. I got people into Scientology. I promoted it most of my life. For those of us who were in the public eye and who were speaking on behalf of Scientology, getting people into Scientology, I feel that we have a responsibility to do the work when we find out that none of those things that we were doing was not only helpful but damaging and very harmful to people's lives. I think people have a responsibility to do their part.
The Church of Scientology has not yet responded to the lawsuit. So what do you think of Leah's suit and the claims that she is making against the church? I know that you have a big long list, Tori, of some information. Please provide more context.
Okay, and just to say, I just bravo to Leah Remini. I mean, she's doing this, it's like a David and Goliath story. They have so much money. They are Tom Cruise money, and she's doing this on her own. Right, and she was in this for 35 years. All right, so one thing that's missing is where is Shelley? Shelley, of course, is the public, David and Shelley Miscavige were the public face of Scientology. She has not been seen since 2007, okay? No one knows where she is, and at one point during Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding, Leah said, hey, where's Shelley? And it got to be kind of weird, and things started turning. And at that point, she was sent away, Leah Remini, away to like a
according to
Leah, to like go and work on herself in sort of a, you know, prison-like way. And she's concerned that Shelley Miscavige is allegedly in a fortress isolated in rural Twin Peaks, California, and they think she can't get out. Like she's literally stuck captive in a fortress. And there's also talk of a Vanity Fair article in which someone got in trouble with dating Tom Cruise at the time. She had to scrub toilets with a toothbrush. This is alleged again. Clean bathroom tiles with acid and dig ditches in the middle of the night. This is dark stuff that's happening here. We're talking kidnapping, missing people, big thing to take on by herself. Huge.
And that's the thing that scares me, Tori, is I wonder if it is going to be by herself. I mean, some of the misgivings that people have had with this church are not new information. I think the Going Clear documentary was 6 or 7 years ago it came out. The problem is, who wants to go up against the Church of Scientology?
No one.
Who wants to possibly exhaust all of their funds and now subject their people possibly to harassment and stalking? What Leah Remini is basically asking for is her life back. These people have an endless supply of money to make your life very unpleasant on a day-to-day basis, because it not only serves as a reminder for who Leah Remini has angered, but also anybody that's still inside.
Right.
It's like, we're not going away in a year. We're going to be right there. We're going to be filming you outside your window, or allegedly. We're going to be making up websites, hundreds of them, allegedly.
But other people have been intimidated on high levels before. Why is Church of Scientology, in your opinion, Jeff, getting away with this, allegedly.
Well, allegedly, we said it enough. They have people planted in all different, including the police force, lawyers, and you don't know where they're at. That's according to the documentary and Leah's show that she had. So, I mean, I love a good conspiracy.
Yeah.
The Scientology's up there with some of my favorites because nobody knows what's happening. The wife, like, why aren't more people looking for her? They tried to serve David Miscavige, the leader, that's his wife. They tried to serve him 27 different times. They can't find him now.
And he self-isolated himself.
And they've
like
also
Howard Hughes.
claimed that they've met with the wife, right?
Yeah.
If you want to say it.
No, go
please
ahead.
do.
I think this is
that
so
they met with her in a coffee shop a handful of years ago, I think back in 2013.
The
And
LAPD.
The LAPD, but when they went to compare her fingerprints, it was so faint, and then they went to go look at the footage, and it was all scrambled.
Right.
So they don't know if they ever met with her to make sure that
Which
she
is
was
wild.
okay.
Which is
Why can't they go to the fortress? I don't understand how our government picks and chooses. I know your points. Well,
Right.
if,
No, but
if
that's
someone's
even-
missing,
I think
because they infiltrated the LAPD, allegedly. Again, they are at the highest levels of our Congress, of our courts, and they're not telling them, why did it get case closed? Why is that missing person that Leah Remini herself had to put out in 2013, why is that closed?
and if no one else is going up against Church of Scientology and it's just Leah Remini, talk about a David and Goliath story.
Literally.
The bravery.
Yes, but the sad
courage.
part is in real life, a lot of times Goliath wins.
Yeah.
And that's the scarier thing. It's just that it's just going to be Leah, because if Leah called me and was like, hey, can you get my back in this? I'm like, I don't know. I don't
got
want to
kids.
subject. Yeah, I don't want to.
My buddy tried to go, Donovan and Goliath, tried to infiltrate my buddy Donovan, and he's like, I just want to see what's going on in there. So he went to Church of Scientology
too.
when we lived in LA and took the test. Did you take a test?
No, I went to the Church of Scientology Celebrity Center right there
On Franklin.
across from Birds.
Yeah.
And my husband and I were so curious what happens in there, we pretended we wanted to have our wedding there. So before we could even have a conversation with their wedding planner, we had to sit and watch a movie. And afterwards, Mark was like, Mark was like all in. Because it's very,
yeah, you're right.
This was 20 years ago. You know, I've known Mark since I was in my early 20s. It's very, specifically, I don't want to say towards disenfranchised people, but it's manipulative. They know how to indoctrinate a person through that 15-minute video, just enough to get you to go to a meeting.
Yeah.
And then that meeting turns into another meeting and another meeting. And then all of a sudden you confess your secrets, because they do tell you in order to be a Scientologist, you have to get everything out. And then others allege that once you confess all those secrets, that they use those allegedly later on as blackmail. So you're trapped.
You're right.
So it's dangling that carrot that looks really golden and great. They even found out I was an actress at the time. And they were like, oh, we have this casting director, we have that casting director, this person's in Church of Scientology. It's very, very enticing.
Wow.
Very observant.
To finish my story,
out of her third eye.
Donovan didn't get in.
No.
They wouldn't allow him in?
No, they denied him, and he lied. He tried to make it seem like he was like, playing along,
Maybe they
brainwashed.
sniffed him out.
They sniffed him out.
He was
And they
too good to be true.
They turned him away.
Wow.
Yeah, or did they?
They
Or did
want
they?
flaws.
Or is he in?
Or is he? Or am I?
Oh my God. Ew.
Don't even,
that would
Jeff.
explain a lot.
That would. All right, coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live. What's the weirdest thing that's happened to her on tour? And Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening?
DBL, this show is amazing.
There's a lot going on down here.
I would have been part of the Mile High Club.
Yeah.
So on point. But I want to have a conversation about what's happening now.
That place on in like not Hermosa, but like Manhattan Beach. You know what I'm talking
Oh, I
about?
didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got a giant plate. Zuckerberg.
Because he does like to surf.
Yeah, so when I walk, like when my friends there, like that's Zuckerberg's house.
Nuh-uh.
In
Is
like
it
Manhattan
one of his
Beach.
places?
One of his places, but he's on the Strand. It's huge. It looks like almost a restaurant.
Yeah.
And like, because you could see in, I'm talking about if you're walking like in the Strand in like Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach area, he's got a place right on the Strand, so it's on the beach. But I mean, there's like different, it looks like, it's so big, it looks like a restaurant, his
super
patio.
protected?
No, you can look right in.
That's weird.
Because those houses are right there.
On the beach.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the surfing picture of him with all zinc on his face?
It's close to the 90210 beach house.
No way.
Yeah.
Name the restaurant.
Ooh.
At
Beach
90210?
Bed?
Yeah. Name the waiter.
Oh, Joe Itata.
Wow.
Tony Tata.
Yeah, Joe Itata. He passed away a couple of years ago.
What's his name on the show?
Nate.
Oh,
But I gave the real name.
Wow, that was very
Proper,
impressive.
very proper.
Is that your most, like, were you the most excited to watch when you were, like, a teen?
No, I watched that. Yeah, I watched that in college, and I remember
Favorite character?
Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
Steve?
Yeah.
I thought it would be Jason
like Dylan.
Priestley.
No way.
I know you would like Dylan.
Yeah, dude. What do you think I am?
Oh my god, I thought he was like the cool jockey
Brandon?
dude.
No, Brandon was a square.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was?
Dylan.
What's up? How's your white bread sandwich?
Oh my god, it's delicious.
You like
Thank you.
Brenda or Kelly?
Brenda or Kelly? They're both dirty birds. I like.
Is that Shannon Doherty?
I like Tiffany Amber coming in and spicing it up.
Tyson or whatever. She is
Decent.
hot. Remember on Saved by the Bell there was a character named Tori? I got really.
You are a Tory.
Welcome back to DBL. As you may have heard, Mark Zuckerberg has been busy training for his big Battle of the Billionaires fight against Elon Musk. Well, now he's revealed he built an octagon ring in his backyard, but his wife Priscilla doesn't seem to be happy about it. Mark posted this text exchange showing his enthusiasm for the new octagon, saying it looks awesome. Priscilla responded with Mark, then followed up by saying, she's been working on that grass for 2 years. I so get this. So what do you think of it? And how do you and your spouse handle house projects that you don't see eye to eye on?
That was such a married people conversation because he's like, did you see it? And she just goes, yes, I saw it. She didn't like fill in like, I love it or I hate it. And he's like, so? And she was like, Jeff. Just like when you get the one name, you know you're in trouble.
I would have had a different response. Like, just fill in the blank. Do you know how much money we have?
We'll get new grass.
Yeah.
we'll get new grass. Yeah,
How about I
right.
get you a whole new house?
I feel like this could be happening at the Schroeder house, though. Same with you as well. Your
yeah.
husband's a builder.
Oh, yeah.
Any miss?
My husband collects cats and monitors. If you go in our basement, there's monitors everywhere. And it's just like
Cats and monitors.
Yeah, when I leave town, I feel like we always get a new cat. So, but the house project thing, I think we align eye to eye on.
You just skipped over that whole
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like
There's
that's
a lot
reason.
there.
Band name,
I haven't
Cats
been-
and monitors.
I haven't been to Sam's in a while. I think you're running a little ASPCA there.
Nope, still the same amount of cats.
How many?
Well, we originally had 5. We've lost a couple through old age. We now have 3.
Is it Kit
Mark
cat?
wants to get another cat, but we might wait a little bit. Yeah, but I feel like when it comes to house projects, I feel like you and Jordan do.
I got to follow the cat story?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, Jordan gets mad at me for
Like
things
what?
that I do. You know what? Here's like a little therapy session. I have this fire pit, right, outside.
I love a good fire pit.
I love a good fire pit,
a good
right?
fire
And,
pit.
and I'm an outside guy,
Yeah.
so I like a good fire going. Some of the sparks leaked over onto our patio furniture. Jordan is not happy about the patio furniture, except we've been there 3 years, and she might have been outside 3 times.
Oh.
But I still get zinged every time she goes out there and like, remember that couch you burned? I'm like, it's part of the, you know what I mean? You got to crack a couple eggs if you want an omelet.
Now, what are we
right.
talking about with a burn? Are we talking about like an unusable or is it like
No.
A cinder spot?
Yeah.
Like an ember spot?
Yeah, like a fun spot.
a fun little
What kind
ember
of fire
spot.
pit do you have that's shooting out embers left and right?
I
Doesn't
put a lot of meat in there.
What?
Wood.
do you cook
I
with
think
your
we've
fire
gotten
pit?
to the bottom. No, I don't
Okay,
know.
that
I
would
just,
be weird.
I do like a good fire
I was
pit,
trying
though.
to beat the cat story.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job.
Oh, we got, 45 minutes left?
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
Coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here
Yes.
live. Up there she
She's not
is.
impressed with our conversation.
Yep.
Cats and
We
monitors.
can't wait to talk with her next.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verify viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says heat is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace the batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says heat is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. Our next guest was a journalist in St. Louis when she decided one night to go to a comedy club and try an open mic. Now she's been making us laugh for 35 years as one of the most beloved comics on the planet. Take a look.
We can afford 4 purses. My mom points in the class and looks at this super beautiful French woman. She goes, "I would like to buy." I'm like, oh my God. You did not just say that like that. And she goes, "Shut up, Kathleen, shut up, you're cynical. I would like to buy 1 papillon."
I love it. Please welcome to the show, Kathleen Madigan.
Hey, everybody. Hello. All right, I have a question for you. We are now in a new era where we've been talking about this. People are throwing things at performers on stage. Do you have a game plan? I can't believe I have to ask this. If someone hits you in the face with their phone.
What would I do?
Yeah.
Well, I would run away. I don't understand the throwing things back.
Right.
Although I will say Cardi B has a mean left hand.
She does.
I mean, she threw that wow. I was like, and left-handed like a professional baseball player. That was amazing. But I'm also like, a drink isn't as heavy as a mic. Those microphones are heavy. That's like throwing a hammer.
Yeah.
No, I would not get involved. Like, my dad's a lawyer. I know when a lawsuit's about to start. I'm out of there.
She's just all, bye.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out.
You can feel it like rain in the air, like, oh, this is a lawsuit coming. Let me stop.
Yeah, I feel it. It's all starting, and this is just the first page of the indictment. I'm not doing it. I'm out. Yeah. I mean, I'll come back when they throw the person out.
Yeah.
And then whatever. But like it's probably normal to react.
Yeah.
But to throw it back, like some lady jumped on stage just to slide me a greeting card, and I'm like, you didn't. Yeah, you could have just given that to an usher. You know, you didn't need to go through all that. And she was not really in shape, so only half of her body got on stage, and the other half was kind of it was a hashtag fail. Yeah. But I mean, that was a nice fan. They were just trying to give me a greeting card, like this whole thing of throwing drinks and that guy who threw his phone. What is the matter with you? That's worth $1,000. You just threw your personal effects that you're not getting back, on top of the fact you're going to jail. I mean, how much beer do you have to drink for that to sound like a good idea?
I'm in shock that we're even discussing this. I was looking at the clip we showed of you, and you that looked like you were taping your This Is Not Happening on Comedy Central.
That's exactly what that was.
That's
yeah.
cool. Yeah, I taped one too, but I can't wait to hear your story because you're such a storyteller. I grew up listening to you and buying your CDs and albums, so it's an honor to talk to you. You are currently on tour, so I got to get to this. Please tell our audience, what is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you on tour? Because we've already discussed a little bit.
Well, one of the weirdest things actually was, so back in the day when you start comedy, you got to do all these one-nighters, and they're usually in kind of questionable bars. Let's say questionable is a good word. And it was somewhere in the middle of Kansas, and the guy had chicken wire all around the stage, what would be a stage, I suppose. And I said, what's up with the chicken wire? Because it was me and another comedian. He goes, well, last week, a comedian took a beer bottle to the head, and I can't afford that kind of trouble. So I said, okay, well, you know, I got to make my $75. But then no one came, like no people, 0 people except, and he goes, then you're going to do your act for me. I was like, okay. So I stood behind chicken wire and told jokes to one bar owner, and I got my $75 and left. But I'm like, that's the strangest. Like, and back then, people weren't throwing things. Not that I knew of. I mean, I hadn't heard anything. And this guy really put up the chicken wire like I was actually a hen out, like a chicken. I mean, it was secure. It was secure. It was very secure. But I still thought a beer bottle can go over that. That's
a good point.
I don't think he thought it. He didn't think it through very well.
I think he just saw Roadhouse once, and he was like, yeah, this helps.
Yeah,
I
totally.
had a very similar gig. I was doing a college gig, and, you know, they're contractual, and they booked it in the cafeteria. Like 10 minutes after lunch was over, so everyone was at class, everyone, and we still had to do the show, and like the MC would bring us up. There was no one in there except for the people cleaning, and I was like, we sped through our jokes when we got off. The guy was like, oh, you guys are supposed to do an hour and a half. And like was sticking to the time for no one. But these gigs are very strange, so I can't wait to talk to you further about it. But yes, it's a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, that's also why I quit the college gigs, because I felt like I was in the cafeteria. Not only did I feel like I was not doing well, I was actively bothering people.
Yes.
And I'm like, you know, I can't. These kids are trying to study, and I'm like, hey, have you seen this movie on Dateline? Like, I mean, no.
They don't tell people the show is starting. They're just like, you go, where's the show? And they go, it's in the cafeteria. The mic is on the floor. And they're like, pick it up and start telling jokes. And you're like, that's not how a show starts. That's not anything.
That's how it starts for them, because some kid planned it and then they leave. I love the kid who always books it. It's like, okay, fine, have fun, bye. I'm like, oh, no, you don't get to leave. If I have to be in this kind of pain, you need to stay.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're stuck for 45 minutes. You're stuck. Yeah.
Hey, beats class. Kathleen, thank you so much. DBL Nation, you can see Kathleen on the Box Wine and Tiny Banjos tour going on right now. Get your tickets at KATHLEENMADIGAN.com. Thank you again, Kathleen. Congratulations on all your success.
Thanks,
we'll be right back.
That's funny.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verify viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14, there is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the Insurrection Clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic, where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Welcome back. We want to give a birthday shout out to Martha Stewart. The lifestyle guru turns 82 today. Her company page posted this throwback photo of Martha back in her modern days. I love that. Look at that hair. I love her hair, her look, all of it.
She always had a very strong style and a strong sense of self. And I heard a very interesting rumor that when she was in jail, she wanted to do something and bide her time. No, get this. She found a way to take sheets and other material, and she taught the women how to hand sew ponchos.
I think that's a true story.
Yeah, jail ponchos, and they could wear them in the yard when it was raining. And she sort of Martha Stewarted herself in jail to the rest.
All the street cred from every single person.
And they all wore ponchos, and she still has, and says those women she's still very close with, and still they like, you know?
Yeah, till they get out. Yeah, but I mean, because I'm sure they try and hit her
Martha,
up. Like,
I tried to call you. The number's wrong.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know.
Where's your poncho? I think that's cool that she's constantly always been that way.
I've always said this about Martha Stewart. Everybody talks about tough guys in jail, tough guys in court. Martha Stewart did not snitch on anybody.
She sure didn't.
She took that rap. She didn't take the plea. She went to jail like a G. Shout out. She
Martha
did.
Stewart.
Little Kim didn't snitch either, and she went to jail too.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Beyonce is getting slammed for selling tickets to her show that have absolutely no view of the stage. Would you ever pay to go to a concert like this? And Lizzo is denying the allegations from her former dancers. Who do you believe?
The incandescent light bulb was invented by Thomas Edison more than 100 years ago. It passes electricity through a filament to give off light, but it also gives off heat, making it pretty inefficient. LED bulbs use much less energy and have a much longer lifespan, making them far more efficient. And now, a new federal regulation is taking effect to help reduce energy usage by curbing the use of incandescents. But does the new rule actually ban all incandescent light bulbs? Let's verify. Our sources are the Department of Energy, GE Lighting, the EPA, and the Code of Federal Regulations. In 2007, President George W. Bush signed into law a bill called the Energy Independence and Security Act. One of its many provisions was to regulate what kinds of light bulbs can be made and sold in the U.S. And the law instructed the Department of Energy to update those regulations over time. Under President Obama, the DOE proposed an update raising the efficiency requirements, effectively banning the sale of many incandescent bulbs. That proposal was killed under President Trump, but brought back under President Biden and is now in effect. But two important bits of context here. One, the law doesn't make it illegal to own or buy these kinds of bulbs. The DOE will, however, begin to gradually fine manufacturers, importers, distributors, and retailers who keep making and selling banned bulbs. Secondly, there are a lot of exceptions. These include three-way bulbs, car headlights, black lights, lights for appliances, and plant lamps. In general, specialty bulbs can still be incandescent. The ban is focused on general service bulbs. So we can verify, no, the new light bulb rule will not ban all incandescent lights. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lizzo is giving her side of the story after being sued by 3 former dancers. We've been talking about this on the show. The dancers filed a lawsuit against Lizzo, her company, and a dance captain, claiming they were weight shamed, sexually harassed, and subjected to a hostile work environment. In a statement on Instagram, Lizzo called the allegations false and, quote, too outrageous not to be addressed. She went on to say, quote, these sensationalized stories are coming from former employees who have already publicly admitted that they were told their behavior on tour was inappropriate and unprofessional. She went on to say, with passion comes hard work and high standards. Sometimes I have to make hard decisions, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued as an important part of my team. Lizzo also denied criticizing or terminating an employee because of their weight. Okay, so we've been talking about this story, Jeff. We've been wanting to hear Lizzo's side. What do you think now?
I'd like you to kick things off because I thought you had an interesting take, and I thought I'd smash that take.
Yeah, I feel like it's a trap, and I'm walking straight into that trap. I'll be very honest, and somebody already wrote, you know what, I don't care, oh, here it is, trying to be useful, wrote, I don't care how Lizzo lives her life. And I was like, my first thought was like, I want to listen and believe the women, and I also really like and want to believe Lizzo. And I want to believe that she didn't do that because she represents a lot of things I believe in, and I want to think of her as the one in my head who's this great woman for big girls and positivity. And then I also don't want to disbelieve these multiple amount of women coming forward saying we had to do some weird things in Amsterdam in a sex show. I mean, these are bad allegations. So I want to believe both. I know that's a terrible answer, but it's true.
You veered from your first
No,
answer
I want to believe Lizzo didn't do this.
Just to catch everybody up, we do multiple shows. Your first take was, I believe these 3 women got together in a conspiracy.
I'm worried these people got disgruntled,
Lizzo.
right? And
right.
I'm like in my head, I was like, maybe they just got disgruntled. You're right.
Right, which I thought was ridiculous, and we're having a good conversation about it. To have that take, if I gave that take about a man that was accused of the very same things as Lizzo, we'd have a talk. Me and my boss would have a talk after the show because you can't say that. I've learned, or I shouldn't say I've learned because I haven't learned anything through cancel culture. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. We're coming out of that a little bit to believe all women. Now we're saying don't believe 3 women. So I don't know where the truth lies in this cancel correction culture because we played by a certain set of rules for the past 3 years. A lot of people lost their jobs based on allegations less than this, and they no longer have a job. I personally have lost some work for things. Right? But now, because it's Lizzo, we believe Lizzo and what she's saying, and it's, you got to be tough in the corporation. Where are the rules? What rules are we playing by, and are they different for each and every individual based on sexuality, race? Are they all different? And the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
And especially in a situation like this, the phrase like believe all women comes from a good place.
It does.
It comes from a place that women for a long time were not listened to at all. The crimes against them were not reported or talked about or discussed or given merit.
Yeah, the
it comes
historical
from a good
context
place.
of that is important.
But that is such a general statement that we have to talk about nuance, which is sadly what everything is and the part that everybody wants to not talk about because it's much more difficult than believe all women. Oh, let's get lunch. When you start talking about nuance in this situation, would I find it shocking that I found out that 3 employees that were not doing well on the job and being reprimanded might find a situation such as a sex show that they went to, which if everything was going great, they probably wouldn't mention, but if they lose their job, they might. Could I find that a plausible scenario? Absolutely. Can I find it a plausible scenario that Lizzo, who is putting on a visual aesthetic to hundreds of thousands of people, may want to have some say over what the people behind her look like, no different than if it was the Rockettes or Beyonce or whoever, whatever, backup dancers? Yes, I can understand that as well. But when you start just saying she called them fat and they called them, like that's when you, there's no way to navigate that because it's too vague and it doesn't, none of it rings true.
That's falling back into cancel culture.
Right.
I do think cancel culture did serve its purpose. I do agree with you that it may have gone too far, where you have like the Aziz Ansaris and stuff that got mixed into the Harvey Weinsteins.
Right.
A lot of those people deserved to lose their jobs. Some of them did not, though that was the collateral damage of that movement. Looking at Lizzo here, I think when it comes to corporations in general, every corporation deals with a disgruntled employee, or maybe that employee's perception is factual, and Lizzo's is factual. And then
Both are true
there
in
needs
some
to be an investigation. Because Lizzo's in the limelight, we're going to hear every single detail of it. And that's not fair. It's not. And a lot of these entertainers, their corporations, they go out after their performance with their dancers. I have friends that are dancers. And yes, they already are on a high physically. I'm not talking about drugs here. They're already on a high from being on stage, and it's hard for them to just go back to their hotel room, so they go out. And I think that's where it gets murky. In 2023, you can't play that anymore. You just can't, because there's going to be a mixture of perceptions, and if you add alcohol into the mix and environments that aren't conducive to a normal working environment, you're going to have some backlash. That's just the way it is.
And it's just very interesting, a dilemma for these corporations. When I say these corporations, I'm talking about where you work and where we've all worked. I don't care if we're talking about Chili's or teachers or whatever. Can we as co-workers go out and enjoy an alcoholic beverage together? Because if something happens, you can take what happened on your private time and bring that back to HR on company time. So now are we talking about no holiday parties, no Halloween, no Tori's birthday? Is that the world we want to live in? I don't know, but I feel like the corporations don't care, and they'll just end it.
Cancel culture created that environment.
Yes.
That's what happened. That is the repercussion.
To a certain extent.
From the
correcting. But cancel culture also saved a lot of people with accountability.
You're right. The Bill Cosbys, the Harvey Weinsteins, of course.
Right.
But it went so far that big corporations, including networks and major companies, took on that approach and like, sorry, buddy, we got to let you go. Otherwise, it's us. It's way too far. And now we're not doing the same repercussions for people that we have in the past.
I think we're starting to have discernment. I hope we are.
What about all the people that lost work and don't have a job anymore because of that culture? And that's the repercussions. No Christmas party.
No,
thanks for ruining it for everybody.
Hanukkah parties too. Hanukkah parties as well. Huh?
Yeah.
Latkes.
Yeah, we celebrate both in our home.
That's
yes,
right.
Tori, you got it. Okay, we're moving on to Beyonce. Beyonce fans are slamming the concert promoter of her world tour for selling no-view tickets. One fan posted their ticket on TikTok, which said it was a listening-only seat with no view of the stage. These tickets are reportedly being sold for nearly $160. Taylor Swift has been selling obstructed view tickets for her Eras tour, but in some cases, fans can still see the stage and the video screen of the show. What do you think about this, buying a ticket that you don't even get to see the performer or the stage?
Well, they tell you won't see it. It's not like a scratch off, like when you get there, oh, I got no view. No one told me. What'd you get? Floor seats. See you later.
That would be a great idea. Scratch off tickets. Everyone gets the same price. $50.
That is fun.
And you scratch off, you're like, oh man,
That's good. That's good.
If I'm gonna pick
the performer?
That'd be great.
But honestly, what is the anger about this? I think if we're like, we are the biggest Beyonce fans that have ever lived, between the four of us, we don't have enough money to buy one ticket. But we can't get four obstructed or no view tickets. I think a real crazy fan would go do that. And there are diehard fans. Clearly, people are buying them. Why can't they sell them?
I don't think it's a crazy fan. I think, what do you go for at the concert? Yeah, you go, but the person's this big. You go for the energy.
Yeah, you do. You do.
You go
there
for the vibes.
You do go to see the artist.
No, you're right. There's a 2.3 seismic quake in Seattle from the Taylor Swift fans in that stadium.
Jumping up and down in that stadium.
2.3 seismic quake.
That's not very big.
She moved the earth.
She moved the earth.
I want to be a part of that quake.
That's right.
This is
you
how
are part of that
insane
quake.
society has become.
You are a part of that quake.
I am a part of that quake.
I'm going to go and deal with 50,000 morons at a concert that I have to rub arms with. And I can't even see the show, and I'm paying $160.
No, then don't buy the ticket.
I think there'll be a lot less people in that section. You can probably move your arms a little bit over there.
But I mean, you can't pay me to go into a crowd. Now I'm paying to do it, and I can't even see the performer?
No, I think it's actually very few people, I imagine. That you have the whole place to yourself in a way.
Oh, it's like a little private party.
What if that,
And then who knows if she doesn't want to pluck you and put you in the front?
How would she know you're back there?
She knows, because she's Beyonce.
Yeah, follow the extension cord to me in the back. Come get me, Beyonce.
All right, coming up on DBL, is there anything that the younger generation and boomers can agree on? We're talking all about it next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless and like blushing.
Thank you, thank you.
That's emotional.
Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
So fun.
Jeff, pitch your idea. Go ahead.
I just did.
Okay, that's
But
true.
we have a little. I think it'd be cool to have a concert.
So just a reminder, we're
$50
going over things that younger people agree with boomers about. Sam is going to read
Just
it.
say
There's
Tory.
a full screen, quick discuss
not a
between
boomer.
each one. You guys are saying whether you agree or disagree with.
Okay.
We love you.
Perfect. Thank you,
Scratch
Brianna.
off concert tickets.
Exactly.
Agree
so,
or disagree?
Totally agree.
Oh, you do?
You need the
I
option
love
to
that
buy
idea.
it.
It would be a gimmick, though. I don't
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Yeah.
A one-off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
want to pick
yeah.
your seat or do you want to roll the dice? So
No,
to
but
speak?
just do it.
Southwest or United?
$50. All tickets are
Everyone pays
$50.
Not all. No.
All.
No, I want the
You
choice.
guys
I want
You gotta take the risk.
Totally.
Jeff, do you remember
Because I'm going to pay the
Hotwire?
money to be VIP.
You guys
You
would
go
you
to
would
one of the other shows. It's
Yeah,
Chris,
I like
it's
the gamble.
Hotwire. Do you remember you
wanna
put your
gamble.
money in and you wouldn't know what airline you would get? Down
Yeah,
that
and it would
app, it was
tell
like
you.
10 years ago.
I do remember that. And he'd tell you after you bought it.
And you would have to be like, oh, I'm going to United.
And it would be like hotels too. You wouldn't know. You'd be like Holiday Inn Express. All
Yeah.
right.
I've done that with
But they were
hotels.
cheap.
Like in a different city.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you'd have to go to a whole. Yes.
Yeah.
It was a nightmare.
So you could. What if you did? What if you could?
Man, I forgot all about it.
That's single person living.
If it
Well,
were.
that's broke.
Yeah, it's broke.
God,
I need to get to LA and I don't care if I'm
One
riding
app
with the
where
dogs.
the day of you can look at the hotels in your vicinity.
Hotel tonight.
Love that.
Hotels tonight.
The day of.
It's a great
look
app.
In the
Oh, you know what
vicinity,
else is
pick
a-
it
You
that
can
night.
stay at the Ritz-Carlton sometimes for $200.
Yeah.
And you know, also is a great app, Game Time.
Because they
game? Oh, yeah.
It's a game time for
Hotel Tonight will plug
events,
any
sporting
open
events, concerts.
What does it do? Get you
vacancies.
It
tickets?
just lowers the
And
prices.
the
I just
because
have a hard
they get
time
rid of it.
risking it.
hotel
You know what I
at least
mean?
makes
If I-
some money.
you know, I don't-
Hotels tonight.
What?
Risking that
Every
there'll be a
city.
good seat.
I love that.
Welcome back. It's rare for different generations to agree on things like finances, parenting styles, and a bunch of other topics. But let's take a look at what younger people actually agree with boomers about. So first, touchscreens do not need to be on everything. What's wrong with buttons and knobs? Ovens do not need touchscreens. I agree with that.
Yeah, my fridge doesn't need to be a touchscreen.
You have a touchscreen fridge?
No, of course not. I know. Slow
I gotta
down.
renegotiate my contract.
Pump the brakes, okay? What I mean is, I don't need it to be like you are out of apples. Like I got it. Like I choose
your fridge
when I'm
talks too?
No, I'm saying if there are those type
The
of smart
smart
fridges.
Have you seen those?
I don't know.
They'll tell you you're low on milk.
I don't go shopping for.
All right, we have others to get to. Next, we have being on time for a reservation and then having to wait is ridiculous. Amen. Okay, you show up to your favorite place.
Next.
In Chicago. You show up to your favorite place in Chicago.
I swear I was not listening. I was
Okay, so
focused on-
a reservation, you got a time, 7:30. They say, all right, I'll be about 20 minutes.
It's so annoying.
What's wrong?
How do you feel
Have a
about
drink at
that?
the bar.
Oh my God.
Thank
Really?
you, Jeff. I'm with Jeff.
You don't like
You-
it?
they
What?
can't control when people get up and leave.
Don't overbook.
They're not overbooking, but they have an idea of how long somebody's going to sit there. But if
Dude,
they
I don't
sit there
wanna
another
sit
hour,
at the bar, especially if I'm not drinking. I don't want to sit at the bar. I want to
Crowded
sit
bar.
down and have my meal and go home.
And that's 25 extra bucks I don't want to spend
Yes.
since I made my responsibility of making that reservation last week.
Thank
because
you.
I can make it, and you should have
you
planned
made
better.
a reservation a week.
Oh, you have to be weeks in advance.
For certain restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you feel about if you're late? You're 45 minutes late. Do you have to pay a fine?
No, but I don't get the table. That's
Yeah,
fair.
they give it away after 15
You can
minutes.
take the
Most
table.
restaurants
Take
do.
the table.
Wow, you guys go out to eat and talking fridges?
Okay.
Bert?
I'm made of money.
Let's talk about concerts next. Concerts should absolutely start on time. It's not cool to start an hour late. Agree.
That's
The Lauryn Hill issue, I think, and I don't
Not
mean to
just
call her
Lauryn
out,
Hill.
but it's called because she was always like notoriously showed up late. What if you're like Madonna always shows up like 2 hours late?
Madonna has notoriously
Right.
showed up late.
We don't
A
need
lot of
examples.
performers do.
Okay, sorry. You
Yeah.
guys get late. Got it.
I don't like it. You got a babysitter you got to pay. I don't want to go home at 1 in the morning.
right, but I'm surprised that all generations agree on this. I think there is like some like young punk rock thing about just like
No,
the band just comes
no,
out. When
no,
you're young and 20,
No, don't
Not
throw-
these people. They want to get it in, get it out, go.
Okay, Chris said next. And what about?
We have to talk.
There should be no phones at concerts. You know what? That's on the person.
But that person affects you.
Why?
If
Is
the
there,
person was filming next to me the entire time, it would affect my. I'm not saying it would ruin it.
Okay.
But it would affect my time.
All right. Next. If there's no parking nearby, I'm not doing it. What do you guys feel about that? No park.
No parking, you're not doing what? You're not going?
Yeah, they're not going. I think that's a little
insane.
ridiculous. Find parking.
Go,
walk
around.
Walk.
Yes.
Walk.
Pray to
put in a
St.
little
Anthony
energy.
and
Put
drive
in a little
around.
energy.
That's what we do.
We were
Yep.
hunters and gatherers. Now we can't walk.
When have you hunted or gathered anything?
I had picked raspberries this morning.
Or went for a walk.
Yeah,
I did both this morning.
raspberries are fairly stationary, but we got it.
Here's a good one. Having to download an app for everything is annoying, especially these new parking meter apps. What are you
that's
talking
dumb.
about?
Yeah.
That is dumb.
I can't just put coins in or a credit
I'm with
card.
you.
Or to watch a menu. I don't want to download an app to look at a
No.
menu.
You don't
Give me
have
a
to.
menu.
Yeah. I don't want to
QR
sign
code.
up for
I don't wanna
anything.
sign up
Me
for
too.
You're done getting my fake email and
Totally.
fake phone number. Just
Right.
give me the thing.
Right.
Yep. Okay, last one.
want a burger.
Music everywhere, too loud. Yes.
Really?
Too loud. I
Loud.
need to talk
Really?
to you. Too loud.
Okay.
That just shows how old we
Yeah,
are.
that
That's
sounds a
for
little
sure an
old
thing.
to us.
I feel like Sam goes home and writes Yelp reviews about the music.
I've never once.
About
written
a coffee shop just trying to make it in the
No.
neighborhood. Sam's, the
Not at all. I
acoustic
really-
set was very noisy.
And the parking wasn't close enough for my liking.
I actually will only write a Yelp review if it's positive. I'm not taking
I
down
did-
any small businesses.
I
That's
did
something
just
I would not do.
Agree with you. I just wrote a very good one for, I won't give out, but I wrote a great one, and I wrote.
Why won't you give it out?
it's a good
Train
one.
pros. Efron is a master plumber. You got to get him. He's so good.
Have
and I
you
wrote a
written
great
bad
review.
reviews?
Be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know you have.
I have.
I said I spent $400 at a restaurant, and it tasted like not good.
Ran out of adjectives.
No,
Was
I
that
have
your-
another
was that
adjective.
Your post?
No, but it was followed.
$400 at a restaurant.
Yeah, it was my birthday.
Bert! We need to talk contracts for real. Talking fridges, $400 meals.
I know.
I don't have children.
Jeez,
I think
we'll be
you
right
can-
back.
You can write a negative.
I'm not going to be here.
I
I'm going
trust
on
Yelp.
strike.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verify viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says heat is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace their batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says heat is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, hit us with the good stuff. What do you have?
Hi, Tori. Hey, DBL Nation. I am super excited to show off all of the deals today. As ever, they're fabulous. Get ready to fall in love with what we've got. Yes. Check this out. We have got the Cuisinart ceramic non-stick cutlery set with this very snazzy acrylic block.
That looks rad.
I love it. So this deal includes one chef's knife, one slicing knife, one bread knife, one santoku knife, one utility knife, one pair paring knife, and one acrylic block. Ooh. So what's amazing about this is the color-coded design is awesome because it helps you keep track of what you are cutting to avoid any cross-contamination.
Smart.
And it comes with a lifetime warranty.
Thank you.
Cuisinart really stand by their products, so for less than $35, you are going to get a lifetime of knives.
Ta-da!
So normally this is $92, but we're about to blow you away because we've got it for $32.99 today. So that is saving 64%.
I'm blown away. That is fantastic. And guys,
I love
acrylic
it.
blocks, clear, that will be in trend forever. That's a classic.
It looks so cool. I've got a bright white kitchen, so this is really going to add a nice pop of color. Now check out this, Tori. This is fun. We've got the Laura Geller 4-piece makeup set.
Oh, I love her.
So this deal will include 3 different mascaras and 1 multitasking trio. So there are 3 different types of mascara in this set that will help mix up your look. And the multitask trio is amazing. So each of these shades can be used on your eyes, your lips, and your cheeks. So really versatile. Laura Geller products, they can be found in retail stores such as Nordstrom and Macy's. This brand is backed by celebrities like Paula Abdul, who says she cannot live without this makeup line. So get ready, because normally it's $95.
Yeah, that's a lot of makeup.
Well, Tori, we've got it for $19.99, so that's saving you guys 79%.
Steph, don't say it so loud. That's incredible. Laura Geller is incredible.
I mean, normally 1 mascara is that price, so this is a steal. Now look at this. This is so nice to be cozy at home. Tori, how cute are these?
I was looking for these.
We've got the 3-pack Nest Well plush footsies. This deal includes 3 pairs of footsies. You'll get 1 in each color. So these slippers have a memory foam inner sole and anti-skid outer sole, like this really grippy thing here.
Nice.
And with 3 in the deal, you can leave a pair upstairs, a pair downstairs, or you can be kind and share with your friends, so that's nice too. Normally, this is $30, but we've got a 3-pack for just $12.99, so that's saving up to 57%.
I'm always chilly and I always am hot at the same time. This will solve your issues. The core part of you being cold, warm with a cute little thing, and then you can go about your day.
Well, check out what else we've got today. This is the last product of the day. We've got the Holmes Air 1 True HEPA Air Purifier Tower.
Ooh.
So this deal includes 1 air purifier and 3 replacement filters. This features a 3-stage HEPA filter to reduce 99.97% of allergens.
Oh, wow.
So this unit is perfect for medium-sized rooms like your bedroom or an office, and it's designed to circulate and filter clean air up to 188 square feet. Normally, we're talking $120 for this, but we have it for $49.99. That is saving up to 58%.
That's my happy savings dance. I love that, and I love that right now, y'all. If you're sneezing at home or if the smoke from any wildfires coming in, this is a must-have.
Absolutely.
Head on over to morningsave.com to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even just scan the QR code on screen to take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, as always, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verify viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14, there is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the insurrection clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Of alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And with that, he is connecting the dots.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. Okay, boomers and the younger generation. Allison says, couldn't find parking is my excuse that I didn't want to go in the first place.
Ooh, Allison.
I've used that for the gym before.
Have you?
Yeah, can't find one, gotta go.
Bye. Julia says, here's what boomers get right, sending thank you notes. I send thank you notes.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's a great
That's
thing.
a beautiful thing.
It is. It really is.
It is the biggest, most underrated thing.
It is.
It's something that should never go away.
I just made Sophie do all her thank you notes for her birthday party. We were a couple months
That's
late,
amazing.
but late better than never, right?
That's good.
And then Maxwell says,
late better than never.
That's not the saying. Someone write that down. That was funny.
Late better than never. The old saying.
The old saying, a trip down the hill is up the river.
Maxwell says, I think bad reviews only work when there are many on the same issue.
Yes.
I read reviews looking for similar issues, and there's some good points.
Such a good point. Exactly.
Look for the trends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
All right.
Still got 10 more seconds.
Appreciate you all for watching us today. We love
thank
you.
note from Sam.
DBL is new every day. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye, guys.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
I mean, I go in your house and you have a lot of hip-hop memorabilia.
Yes.
It's not original, but if you were...
Wow.
Do you want to move on?
The chicken has come to bite the pig in the butt.
I need a bumper sticker made out of that.
We need to see Al or Jeff doing some exercises.
Real fast, watch this.
Can you do this?
Oh my God!
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Leah Remini sues Scientology. The bombshell lawsuit that claims she was held captive by the church after Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding. LIZZO responds to the harassment and hostile work environment allegations, saying it's all sensationalized stories. Who do you believe? Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening? And comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live.
Your father won't go because he's still really mad about the war.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Tori and Jeff already beginning to misbehave. Yes, they are. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so this is something that I know that we've heard about in the news cycle for quite some time, but there's a new layer to it. After years of speaking out against Scientology, Leah Remini is now suing the church. She is also suing the leader of Scientology, David Miscavige.
Correct.
She announced the lawsuit on her Instagram, posting this long press release detailing her claims of 17 years of psychological torture, defamation, surveillance, harassment, and intimidation. Leah was a member of the church for more than 35 years before she walked away in 2013. And since then, she has been speaking out against it, including on our show. Check out this clip from a couple years back.
Not everybody who has a voice uses it. And I'm a firm believer. I was a vocal Scientologist. I got people into Scientology. I promoted it most of my life. For those of us who were in the public eye and who were speaking on behalf of Scientology, getting people into Scientology, I feel that we have a responsibility to do the work when we find out that none of those things that we were doing was not only helpful but damaging and very harmful to people's lives. I think people have a responsibility to do their part.
The Church of Scientology has not yet responded to the lawsuit. So what do you think of Leah's suit and the claims that she is making against the church? I know that you have a big long list, Tori, of some information. Please provide more context.
Okay, and just to say, I just bravo to Leah Remini. I mean, she's doing this, it's like a David and Goliath story. They have so much money. They are Tom Cruise money, and she's doing this on her own. Right, and she was in this for 35 years. All right, so one thing that's missing is where is Shelley? Shelley, of course, is the public, David and Shelley Miscavige were the public face of Scientology. She has not been seen since 2007, okay? No one knows where she is, and at one point during Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding, Leah said, hey, where's Shelley? And it got to be kind of weird, and things started turning. And at that point, she was sent away, Leah Remini, away to like a
according to
Leah, to like go and work on herself in sort of a prison-like way. And she's concerned that Shelley Miscavige is allegedly in a fortress isolated in rural Twin Peaks, California, and they think she can't get out. Like she's literally stuck captive in a fortress. And there's also talk of a Vanity Fair article in which someone got in trouble with dating Tom Cruise at the time. She had to scrub toilets with a toothbrush. This is alleged again. Clean bathroom tiles with acid and dig ditches in the middle of the night. This is dark stuff that's happening here. We're talking kidnapping, missing people, big thing to take on by herself. Huge.
And that's the thing that scares me, Tori, is I wonder if it is going to be by herself. I mean, some of the misgivings that people have had with this church are not new information. I think the Going Clear documentary was 6 or 7 years ago it came out. The problem is, who wants to go up against the Church of Scientology?
No one.
Who wants to possibly exhaust all of their funds and now subject their people possibly to harassment and stalking? What Leah Remini is basically asking for is her life back. These people have an endless supply of money to make your life very unpleasant on a day-to-day basis, because it not only serves as a reminder for who Leah Remini has angered, but also anybody that's still inside.
Right.
It's like, we're not going away in a year. We're going to be right there. We're going to be filming you outside your window, or allegedly. We're going to be making up websites, hundreds of them, allegedly.
But other people have been intimidated on high levels before. Why is Church of Scientology, in your opinion, Jeff, getting away with this, allegedly.
Well, allegedly, we said it enough. They have people planted in all different, including the police force, lawyers, and you don't know where they're at. That's according to the documentary and Leah's show that she had. So, I mean, I love a good conspiracy.
Yeah.
The Scientology's up there with some of my favorites because nobody knows what's happening. The wife, like, why aren't more people looking for her? They tried to serve David Miscavige, the leader, that's his wife. They tried to serve him 27 different times. They can't find him now.
And he self-isolated himself.
And they've
like
also
Howard Hughes.
claimed that they've met with the wife, right?
Yeah.
If you want to say it.
No, go
please
ahead.
do.
I think this is
that
so
they met
interesting.
with her in a coffee shop a handful of years ago, I think back in 2013.
The
And
LAPD.
The LAPD, but when they went to compare her fingerprints, it was so faint, and then they went to go look at the footage, and it was all scrambled.
Right.
So they don't know if they ever met with her to make sure that
Which
she
is
was
wild.
okay.
Which is
why can't they go to the fortress? I don't understand how our government picks and chooses. I know your points. Well,
Right.
if,
No, but
if someone's missing,
because they infiltrated the LAPD allegedly. Again, they are at the highest levels of our Congress, of our courts, and they're not telling them, why did it get case closed? Why is that missing person that Leah Remini herself had to put out in 2013, why is that closed?
And if no one else is going up against Church of Scientology and it's just Leah Remini, talk about a David and Goliath story.
Literally.
The bravery.
Yes, but the sad part is in real life, a lot of times Goliath wins.
Yeah.
And that's the scarier thing. It's just that it's just going to be Leah, because if Leah called me and was like, hey, can you get my back in this? I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to subject. Yeah, I don't want to.
My buddy tried to go, Donovan and Goliath, tried to infiltrate my buddy Donovan, and he's like, I just want to see what's going on in there. So he went to Church of Scientology when we lived in LA and took the test. Did you take a test?
No, I went to the Church of Scientology Celebrity Center right there
on Franklin.
Across from Birds.
Yeah.
And my husband and I were so curious what happens in there, we pretended we wanted to have our wedding there. So before we could even have a conversation with their wedding planner, we had to sit and watch a movie. And afterwards, Mark was like, Mark was like all in. Because it's very,
yeah, you're right.
This was 20 years ago. You know, I've known Mark since I was in my early 20s. It's very, specifically, I don't want to say towards disenfranchised people, but it's manipulative. They know how to indoctrinate a person through that 15-minute video, just enough to get you to go to a meeting.
Yeah.
And then that meeting turns into another meeting and another meeting. And then all of a sudden you confess your secrets, because they do tell you in order to be a Scientologist, you have to get everything out. And then others allege that once you confess all those secrets, that they use those allegedly later on as blackmail. So you're trapped.
You're right.
So it's dangling that carrot that looks really golden and great. They even found out I was an actress at the time. And they were like, oh, we have this casting director, we have that casting director, this person's in Church of Scientology. It's very, very enticing.
Wow.
Very observant.
To finish my story,
out of her third eye.
Donovan didn't get in.
No.
They wouldn't allow him in?
No, they denied him, and he lied. He tried to make it seem like he was like, playing along,
Maybe they
brainwashed.
sniffed him out.
They sniffed him out.
He was
And they
too good to be true.
They turned him away.
Wow.
Yeah, or did they?
They want flaws.
Or is he in?
Or is he? Or am I?
Oh my God.
Don't even,
that would
Jeff.
explain a lot.
That would. All right, coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live. What's the weirdest thing that's happened to her on tour? And Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening?
DBL, this show is amazing.
There's a lot going on down here.
I would have been part of the Mile High Club.
Yeah.
So on point. But I want to have a conversation about what's happening now.
That place on in like not Hermosa, but like Manhattan Beach. You know what I'm talking
Oh,
about?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got a giant plate. Zuckerberg.
Because he does like to surf.
Yeah, so when I walk, like when my friends there, like that's Zuckerberg's house.
Nuh-uh.
In
Is
like
it
Manhattan
One of
Beach.
his places.
One of his
And
places,
what's
but
the
he's
book?
on the Strand. It's huge. It looks like almost a restaurant.
Yeah.
And like, because you could see in, I'm talking about if you're walking like in the Strand in
Yeah.
like Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach area, he's got a place right on the Strand, so it's on the beach. But I mean, there's like different, it looks like, it's so big, it looks like a restaurant,
Is it
his
super
patio.
protected?
No, you can look right in.
That's weird.
Because those houses are right there.
Yeah,
on the beach.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the surfing picture of him with all zinc on his face?
It's close to the 90210 beach house.
No way.
Yeah.
Name the restaurant.
Ooh.
At
Beach
90210?
Bed?
Yeah. Name the waiter.
Oh, Joe Itata.
Wow.
Tony Tata.
Yeah, Joe Itata. He passed away a couple of years
What's
ago.
his name on the show?
Nate.
Oh,
But
wow.
I gave the real name.
Wow, that was very
Proper,
impressive.
very proper.
Is that your most, like, were you the most excited to watch when you were, like, a teen?
No, I watched that. Yeah, I watched that in college, and I remember
Favorite character?
Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
Steve?
Yeah.
I thought it would be
I like
Jason Priestley.
No way.
I know you would like
Jason
Dylan.
Priestley.
Yeah, dude. What do you think I am?
Oh my god, I thought he was like the cool jockey
Brandon?
dude.
No, Brandon was a square.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was?
Dylan.
What's up? How's your white bread sandwich?
Oh my god, it's
Do
delicious.
you like
Thank you.
Brenda or Kelly?
Brenda or Kelly? They're both dirty birds. I like.
Is that Shannon Doherty?
I like Tiffany Amber coming in and spicing it up.
Tyson or whatever. She is
Tyson.
hot. Remember on Saved by the Bell there was a character named Tori? I got really.
You are a Tory.
Welcome back to DBL. As you may have heard, Mark Zuckerberg has been busy training for his big Battle of the Billionaires fight against Elon Musk. Well, now he's revealed he built an octagon ring in his backyard, but his wife Priscilla doesn't seem to be happy about it. Mark posted this text exchange showing his enthusiasm for the new octagon, saying it looks awesome. Priscilla responded with Mark, then followed up by saying, she's been working on that grass for 2 years. I so get this. So what do you think of it? And how do you and your spouse handle house projects that you don't see eye to eye on?
That was such a married people conversation because he's like, did you see it? And she just goes, yes, I saw it. She didn't like fill in like, I love it or I hate it. And he's like, so? And she was like, Jeff. Just like when you get the one name, you know you're in trouble.
I would have had a different response. Like, just fill in the blank. Do you know how much money we have?
We'll get new grass.
Yeah.
We'll get new grass. Yeah,
How about I
right.
get you a whole new house?
I feel like this could be
there.
happening at the Schroeder house, though. Same with you as well. Your
yeah.
husband's a builder.
Oh, yeah.
Any miss?
My husband collects cats and monitors. If you go in our basement, there's monitors everywhere. And it's just like
Cats and monitors.
Yeah, when I leave town, I feel like we always get a new cat. So, but the house project thing, I think we align eye to eye on.
You just skipped over that whole
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like
There's
that's
a lot
reason.
there.
Band name,
I haven't
Cats
been-
and monitors.
I haven't been to Sam's in a while. I think you're running a little ASPCA there.
Nope, still the same amount of cats.
How many?
Well, we originally had 5. We've lost a couple through old age. We now have 3.
Is it Kit
Mark
cat?
wants to get another cat, but we might wait a little bit. Yeah, but I feel like when it comes to house projects, I feel like you and Jordan do.
I got to follow the cat story?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, Jordan gets mad at me for
Like
things
what?
that I do. You know what? Here's like a little therapy session. I have this fire pit, right, outside.
I love a good fire pit.
I love a good fire pit,
a good
right?
fire
And
pit.
I'm an outside guy,
Yeah.
so I like a good fire going. Some of the sparks leaked over onto our patio furniture. Jordan is not happy about the patio furniture, except we've been there 3 years, and she might have been outside 3 times.
Oh.
But I still get zinged every time she goes out there and like, remember that couch you burned? I'm like, it's part of the, you know what I mean? You got to crack a couple eggs if you want an omelet.
Now, what are we talking about with a burn? Are we talking about like an unusable or is it like
A cinder spot?
Yeah.
Like an ember spot?
Yeah, like a fun spot.
A fun little
What kind
ember
of fire
spot.
pit do you have that's shooting out embers left and right?
I put a lot of meat in there.
What?
Wood.
Do you cook with your
we've
fire
gotten
pit?
to the bottom. No, I don't know.
That would be weird.
I do like a good fire
I was
pit,
trying
though.
to beat the cat story.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job.
You did.
Oh, we got, 45 minutes left?
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
Coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here
Yes.
live. Up there she
She's not
is.
impressed with our conversation.
Yep.
Cats and
We
monitors.
can't wait to talk with her next.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verified viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says heat is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace the batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says heat is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. Our next guest was a journalist in St. Louis when she decided one night to go to a comedy club and try an open mic. Now she's been making us laugh for 35 years as one of the most beloved comics on the planet. Take a look.
We can afford 4 purses. My mom points in the class and looks at this super beautiful French woman. She goes, "I would like to buy." I'm like, oh my God. You did not just say that like that. And she goes, "Shut up, Kathleen, shut up, you're cynical. I would like to buy 1 papillon."
I love it. Please welcome to the show, Kathleen Madigan.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. All right, I have a question for you. We are now in a new era where we've been talking about this. People are throwing things at performers on stage. Do you have a game plan? I can't believe I have to ask this. If someone hits you in the face with their phone.
What would I do?
Yeah.
Well, I would run away. I don't understand the throwing things back.
Right.
Although I will say Cardi B has a mean left hand.
She does.
I mean, she threw that wow. I was like, and left-handed like a professional baseball player. That was amazing. But I'm also like, a drink isn't as heavy as a mic. Those microphones are heavy. That's like throwing a hammer.
Yeah.
No, I would not get involved. Like, my dad's a lawyer. I know when a lawsuit's about to start. I'm out of there.
She's just all, bye.
I'm out. I'm out.
You can feel it like rain in the air, like, oh, this is a lawsuit coming. Let me stop.
Yeah, I feel it. It's all starting, and this is just the first page of the indictment. I'm not doing it. I'm out. Yeah. I mean, I'll come back when they throw the person out.
Yeah.
And then whatever. But like it's probably normal to react.
Yeah.
But to throw it back, like some lady jumped on stage just to slide me a greeting card, and I'm like, you didn't. Yeah, you could have just given that to an usher. You didn't need to. You didn't need to go through all that. And she was not really in shape, so only half of her body got on stage, and the other half was kind of. Yeah, it was a hashtag fail. Yeah. But I mean, that was a nice fan. They were just trying to give me a greeting card, like this whole thing of throwing drinks and Ooh, that guy who threw his phone. What is the matter with you? That's worth $1,000. You just threw your personal effects that you're not getting back, on top of the fact you're going to jail. I mean, how much beer do you have to drink for that to sound like a good idea?
I'm in shock that we're even discussing this. I was looking at the clip we showed of you, and you that looked like you were taping your This Is Not Happening on Comedy Central.
That's exactly what that was.
That's
yeah.
cool. Yeah, I taped one too, but I can't wait to hear your story because you're such a storyteller. I grew up listening to you and buying your CDs and albums, so it's an honor to talk to you. You are currently on tour, so I got to get to this. Please tell our audience, what is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you on tour? Because we've already discussed a little bit.
Well, one of the weirdest things actually was, so back in the day when you start comedy, you got to do all these one-nighters, and they're usually in kind of questionable bars. Let's say questionable is a good word. And it was somewhere in the middle of Kansas, and the guy had chicken wire all around the stage, what would be a stage, I suppose. And I said, what's up with the chicken wire? Because it was me and another comedian. He goes, well, last week, a comedian took a beer bottle to the head, and I can't afford that kind of trouble. So I said, okay, well, you know, I got to make my $75. But then no one came, like no people, 0 people except, and he goes, then you're going to do your act for me. I was like, okay. So I stood behind chicken wire and told jokes to one bar owner, and I got my $75 and left. But I'm like, that's the strangest. Like, and back then, people weren't throwing things. Not that I knew of. I mean, I hadn't heard anything. And this guy really put up the chicken wire like I was actually a hen out, like a chicken. I mean, it was secure. It was secure. It was very secure. But I still thought a beer bottle can go over that. That's
a good point.
I think he thought it. He didn't think it through very well.
I think he just saw Roadhouse once, and he was like, yeah, this helps.
Yeah,
I
totally.
had a very similar gig. I was doing a college gig, and, you know, they're contractual, and they booked it in the cafeteria. Like 10 minutes after lunch was over, so everyone was at class, everyone, and we still had to do the show, and like the MC would bring us up. There was no one in there except for the people cleaning, and I was like, we sped through our jokes when we got off. The guy was like, oh, you guys are supposed to do an hour and a half. And like was sticking to the time for no one. But these gigs are very strange, so I can't wait to talk to you further about it. But yes, it's a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, that's also why I quit the college gigs, because I felt like I was in the cafeteria. Not only did I feel like I was not doing well, I was actively bothering people.
Yes.
And I'm like, you know, I can't. These kids are trying to study, and I'm like, hey, have you seen this movie on Dateline? Like, I mean, no.
They don't tell people the show is starting. They're just like, you go, where's the show? And they go, it's in the cafeteria. The mic is on the floor. And they're like, pick it up and start telling jokes. And you're like, that's not how a show starts. That's not anything.
That's how it starts for them, because some kid planned it and then they leave. I love the kid who always books it's like, okay, fine, have fun, bye. I'm like, oh, no, you don't get to leave. If I have to be in this kind of pain, you need to stay.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're stuck for 45 minutes. You're stuck. Yeah.
Hey, beats class. Kathleen, thank you so much.
Right.
DBL Nation, you can see Kathleen on the
One of
Box
the best
Wine
real
and Tiny
comics doing it.
Banjos tour going on right now. Get your tickets at KATHLEENMADIGAN.com. Thank you again, Kathleen. Congratulations on all your success.
Thanks,
we'll be right
Kathleen.
back.
That's funny.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verify viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14, there is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the Insurrection Clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic, where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Welcome back. We want to give a birthday shout out to Martha Stewart. The lifestyle guru turns 82 today. Her company page posted this throwback photo of Martha back in her modern days. I love that. Look at that hair. I love her hair, her look, all of it.
She always had a very strong style and a strong sense of self. And I heard a very interesting rumor that when she was in jail, she wanted to do something and bide her time. No, get this. She found a way to take sheets and other material, and she taught the women how to hand sew ponchos.
I think that's a true story.
Yeah, jail ponchos, and they could wear them in the yard when it was raining. And she sort of Martha Stewarted herself in jail to the rest.
All the street cred from every single person.
And they all wore ponchos, and she still has, and says those women she's still very close with, and still they like, you know?
Yeah, till they get out. Yeah, but I mean, because I'm sure they try and hit her
Martha,
up. Like,
I tried to call you. The number's wrong.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know.
Where's your poncho? Yeah. I think that's cool that she's constantly always been that way.
I've always said this about Martha Stewart. Everybody talks about tough guys in jail, tough guys in court. Martha Stewart did not snitch on anybody.
She sure didn't.
She took that rap. She didn't take the plea. She went to jail like a G. Shout out. She
Martha
did.
Right.
Little Kim didn't snitch either, and she went to jail too.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Beyonce is getting slammed for selling tickets to her show that have absolutely no view of the stage. Would you ever pay to go to a concert like this? And Lizzo is denying the allegations from her former dancers. Who do you believe?
The incandescent light bulb was invented by Thomas Edison more than 100 years ago. It passes electricity through a filament to give off light, but it also gives off heat, making it pretty inefficient. LED bulbs use much less energy and have a much longer lifespan, making them far more efficient. And now, a new federal regulation is taking effect to help reduce energy usage by curbing the use of incandescents. But does the new rule actually ban all incandescent light bulbs? Let's verify. Our sources are the Department of Energy, GE Lighting, the EPA, and the Code of Federal Regulations. In 2007, President George W. Bush signed into law a bill called the Energy Independence and Security Act. One of its many provisions was to regulate what kinds of light bulbs can be made and sold in the U.S. And the law instructed the Department of Energy to update those regulations over time. Under President Obama, the DOE proposed an update raising the efficiency requirements, effectively banning the sale of many incandescent bulbs. That proposal was killed under President Trump, but brought back under President Biden and is now in effect. But two important bits of context here. One, the law doesn't make it illegal to own or buy these kinds of bulbs. The DOE will, however, begin to gradually fine manufacturers, importers, distributors, and retailers who keep making and selling banned bulbs. Secondly, there are a lot of exceptions. These include three-way bulbs, car headlights, black lights, lights for appliances, and plant lamps. In general, specialty bulbs can still be incandescent. The ban is focused on general service bulbs. So we can verify, no, the new light bulb rule will not ban all incandescent lights. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lizzo is giving her side of the story after being sued by 3 former dancers. We've been talking about this on the show. The dancers filed a lawsuit against Lizzo, her company, and a dance captain, claiming they were weight shamed, sexually harassed, and subjected to a hostile work environment. In a statement on Instagram, Lizzo called the allegations false and, quote, too outrageous not to be addressed. She went on to say, quote, these sensationalized stories are coming from former employees who have already publicly admitted that they were told their behavior on tour was inappropriate and unprofessional. She went on to say, with passion comes hard work and high standards. Sometimes I have to make hard decisions, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued as an important part of my team. Lizzo also denied criticizing or terminating an employee because of their weight. Okay, so we've been talking about this story, Jeff. We've been wanting to hear Lizzo's side. What do you think now?
I'd like you to kick things off because I thought you had an interesting take, and I thought I'd smash that take.
Yeah, I feel like it's a trap, and I'm walking straight into that trap. I'll be very honest, and somebody already wrote, you know what, I don't care, oh, here it is, trying to be useful, wrote, I don't care how Lizzo lives her life. And I was like, my first thought was like, I want to listen and believe the women, and I also really like and want to believe Lizzo. And I want to believe that she didn't do that because she represents a lot of things I believe in, and I want to think of her as the one in my head who's this great woman for big girls and positivity. And then I also don't want to disbelieve these multiple amount of women coming forward saying we had to do some weird things in Amsterdam in a sex show. I mean, these are bad allegations. So I want to believe both. I know that's a terrible answer, but it's true.
You veered from your first
No,
answer
I want to believe Lizzo didn't do this.
Just to catch everybody up, we do multiple shows. Your first take was, I believe these 3 women got together in a conspiracy.
I'm worried these people got disgruntled,
Lizzo.
right? And
right.
I'm like in my head, I was like, maybe they just got disgruntled. You're right.
Right, which I thought was ridiculous, and we're having a good conversation about it. To have that take, if I gave that take about a man that was accused of the very same things as Lizzo, we'd have a talk. Me and my boss would have a talk after the show because you can't say that. I've learned, or I shouldn't say I've learned because I haven't learned anything through cancel culture. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. We're coming out of that a little bit to believe all women. Now we're saying don't believe 3 women. So I don't know where the truth lies in this cancel correction culture because we played by a certain set of rules for the past 3 years. A lot of people lost their jobs based on allegations less than this, and they no longer have a job. I personally have lost some work for things. Right? But now, because it's Lizzo, we believe Lizzo and what she's saying, and it's, you got to be tough in the corporation. Where are the rules? What rules are we playing by, and are they different for each and every individual based on sexuality, race? Are they all different? And the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Yeah. And especially in a situation like this, the phrase like believe all women comes from a good place.
It does.
It comes from a place that women for a long time were not listened to at all. The crimes against them were not reported or talked about or discussed or given merit.
Yeah, the
it comes
historical
from a good
context
place.
of that is important.
But that is such a general statement that we have to talk about nuance, which is sadly what everything is and the part that everybody wants to not talk about because it's much more difficult than believe all women. Oh, let's get lunch. When you start talking about nuance in this situation, would I find it shocking that I found out that 3 employees that were not doing well on the job and being reprimanded might find a situation such as a sex show that they went to, which if everything was going great, they probably wouldn't mention, but if they lose their job, they might. Could I find that a plausible scenario? Absolutely. Can I find it a plausible scenario that Lizzo, who is putting on a visual aesthetic to hundreds of thousands of people, may want to have some say over what the people behind her look like, no different than if it was the Rockettes or Beyonce or whoever, whatever, backup dancers? Yes, I can understand that as well. But when you start just saying she called them fat and they called them, like that's when you, there's no way to navigate that because it's too vague and it doesn't, none of it rings true.
That's falling back into cancel culture.
Right.
I do think cancel culture did serve its purpose. I do agree with you that it may have gone too far, where you have like the Aziz Ansaris and stuff that got mixed into the Harvey Weinsteins. Right. A lot of those people deserved to lose their jobs. Some of them did not, though that was the collateral damage of that movement. Looking at Lizzo here, I think when it comes to corporations in general, every corporation deals with a disgruntled employee, or maybe that employee's perception is factual, and Lizzo's is factual. And then
Both are true
there
in
needs to
some
be an investigation. Because Lizzo's in the limelight, we're going to hear every single detail of it. And that's not fair. It's not. And a lot of these entertainers, their corporations, they go out after their performance with their dancers. I have friends that are dancers. And yes, they already are on a high physically. I'm not talking about drugs here. They're already on a high from being on stage, and it's hard for them to just go back to their hotel room, so they go out. And I think that's where it gets murky. In 2023, you can't play that anymore. You just can't, because there's going to be a mixture of perceptions, and if you add alcohol into the mix and environments that aren't conducive to a normal working environment, you're going to have some backlash. That's just the way it is.
And it's just very interesting, a dilemma for these corporations. When I say these corporations, I'm talking about where you work and where we've all worked. I don't care if we're talking about Chili's or teachers or whatever. Can we as co-workers go out and enjoy an alcoholic beverage together? Because if something happens, you can take what happened on your private time and bring that back to HR on company time. So now are we talking about no holiday parties, no Halloween, no Tori's birthday? Is that the world we want to live in? I don't know, but I feel like the corporations don't care and they'll just end it.
Cancel culture created that environment.
Yes.
That's what happened. That is the repercussion.
To a certain extent.
From the
correcting. But cancel culture also saved a lot of people with accountability.
You're right. The Bill Cosbys, the Harvey Weinsteins, of course.
Right.
But it went so far that big corporations, including networks and major companies, took on that approach and like, sorry, buddy, we got to let you go. Otherwise, it's us. It's way too far. And now we're not doing the same repercussions for people that we have in the past.
I think we're starting to have discernment. I hope we are.
What about all the people that lost work and don't have a job anymore because of that culture? And that's the repercussions. No Christmas party.
No,
thanks for ruining it for everybody.
Hanukkah parties too. Hanukkah parties as well. Huh?
Yeah.
Latkes.
Yeah, we celebrate both in our home.
That's
yes,
right.
Tori, you got it. Okay, we're moving on to Beyonce. Beyonce fans are slamming the concert promoter of her world tour for selling no-view tickets. One fan posted their ticket on TikTok, which said it was a listening-only seat with no view of the stage. These tickets are reportedly being sold for nearly $160. Taylor Swift has been selling obstructed view tickets for her Eras tour, but in some cases, fans can still see the stage and the video screen of the show. What do you think about this, buying a ticket that you don't even get to see the performer or the stage?
Well, they tell you won't see it. It's not like a scratch off, like when you get there, oh, I got no view. No one told me. What'd you get? Floor seats. See you later.
That would be a great idea. Scratch off tickets. Everyone gets the same price.
No.
$50.
That is fun.
And you scratch off, you're like, oh man,
That's good. That's good.
If I'm going to pick
the performer?
That'd be great.
But honestly, what is the anger about this? I think if we're like, we are the biggest Beyonce fans that have ever lived, between the four of us, we don't have enough money to buy one ticket.
Yeah.
But we can't get four obstructed or no view tickets. I think a real crazy fan would go do that. And there are diehard fans. Clearly, people are buying them. Why can't they sell them?
I don't think it's a crazy fan. I think, what do you go for at the concert? Yeah, you go, but the person's this big. You go for the energy.
Yeah, you do. You do.
You go for the
you do go to see the artist.
No, you're right. There's a 2.3 seismic quake in Seattle from the Taylor Swift fans in that stadium.
Jumping up and down in that stadium.
2.3 seismic quake.
That's not very big.
She moved the earth. She moved the earth.
I want to be a part of that quake.
That's right.
This is
you
how
are part of that
insane
quake.
Society has become.
You are a part of that quake.
I am a part of that quake.
I'm going to go and deal with 50,000 morons at a concert that I have to rub arms with. And I can't even see the show, and I'm paying $160.
No, then don't buy the ticket.
I think there'll be a lot less people in that section. You can probably move your arms a little bit over there.
But I mean, you can't pay me to go into a crowd. Now I'm paying to do it, and I can't even see the performer?
No, I think it's actually very few people, I imagine. That you have the whole place to yourself in a way.
Oh, it's like a little private party.
What if that,
And then who knows if she doesn't want to pluck you and put you in the front?
How would she know you're back there?
She knows because she's Beyonce.
Yeah, follow the extension cord to me in the back. Come get me, Beyonce.
All right, coming up on DBL, is there anything that the younger generation and boomers can agree on? We're talking all about it next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless and like blushing.
Thank you, thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
so fun.
Jeff, pitch your idea. Go ahead.
Well, I just did.
Okay, that's
But
true.
We have a little.
I think it'd be cool to have a concert.
So just a reminder, we're
$50
going over things that younger people agree with boomers about. Sam is going to read
Just
it.
say
There's
Tory.
a full screen, quick discuss
not a
between
boomer.
each one. You guys are saying whether you agree or disagree with.
Okay.
We love you.
Perfect. Thank you,
Scratch
Brianna.
off concert tickets.
Exactly.
Agree
so,
or disagree?
Totally agree.
Oh, you do?
You need the
I
option
love
to
that
buy
idea.
it.
It would be a gimmick, though. I don't.
Yeah,
think
yeah.
yeah.
A one-off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
you
yeah.
want to pick your seat or do you want to roll the dice? So
No,
to
but
speak?
just do it.
Southwest or United?
$50. All tickets are
Everyone pays
$50.
Not all. No.
All.
No. I want the
You
choice.
guys
I
You gotta take the risk.
Jeff, totally.
Jeff,
do you remember
Because I'm going to pay the money to be VIP.
Well, you guys
So
would
no.
go to one of the other shows.
Yeah,
Chris,
I like
it's
the
Hotwire.
gamble.
Do you remember you
wanna
put your
gamble.
money in and you wouldn't know what airline you would get? Down
Yeah,
that
and it would
app, it was
tell
like
you.
10 years ago.
I do remember that.
Wait,
And he'd
what?
tell you after you bought it.
And you would have to be like, I'm going to United.
And it would be like hotels too. You wouldn't know. You'd be like Holiday Inn Express. All
Yeah.
right.
I've done that with hotels.
But they were
Right.
cheap.
Like in a different city.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you'd have to go to a whole. Yes.
Yeah.
It was a nice.
So you could. What if you did? What if you could?
Man, I forgot all about it.
That's single person living.
If it
Well,
were.
that's broke.
Yeah, it's bro.
God,
I need to get to LA and I don't care if I'm
One
riding
app
with the
where
dogs.
the day of you can look at the hotels in your vicinity.
Hotel Tonight.
Love that.
Hotels Tonight.
The day of.
It's a great app.
In the
Oh, you know what
vicinity,
else is
pick
there?
it
You
that
can
night.
stay at the Ritz-Carlton sometimes for $200.
Yeah.
And you know, also is a great app, Game Time.
Because they
game? Oh, yeah.
It's a game time
Tonight
for
will plug any
events, sporting
open
events, concerts.
What does it do?
They
Get you
can
tickets?
It just lowers the
And
prices
the
I just
because
have a
they
hard
get
time
rid of it.
risking it.
hotel
You know what I
at
mean?
least
If
makes
I-
some money.
you know, I don't-
Hotels Tonight.
What?
Risking that
Every
there'll be a
city.
good seat.
I love that.
Welcome back. It's rare for different generations to agree on things like finances, parenting styles, and a bunch of other topics. But let's take a look at what younger people actually agree with boomers about. So first, touchscreens do not need to be on everything. What's wrong with buttons and knobs? Ovens do not need touchscreens. I agree with that.
Yeah, my fridge doesn't need to be a touchscreen.
You have a touchscreen fridge?
No, of course not. I know. Slow
I gotta
down.
renegotiate my contract.
Pump the brakes, okay? What I mean is, I don't need it to be like, you are out of apples. Like, I got it. Like, I choose
Your fridge
when I'm
talks too?
No, I'm saying if there are those type of smart fridges.
Have you seen those?
I don't know.
They'll tell you you're low on milk.
I don't go shopping for.
All right, we have others to get to. Next, we have being on time for a reservation and then having to wait is ridiculous. Amen. You show up to your favorite place.
Next.
In Chicago. You show up to your favorite place in Chicago.
I swear I was not listening. I was
Okay, so
focused on
a reservation. You got a time, 7:30. They say, all right, it'll be about 20 minutes.
It's so annoying.
What's wrong?
How do you feel
Have a
about
drink at
that?
the bar.
Oh my God,
Thank
really?
you, Jeff. I'm with Jeff.
You don't like it?
They
What?
can't control when people get up and leave.
Don't overbook.
They're not overbooking, but they have an idea of how long somebody's going to sit there. But if they sit there another
sit
hour,
at the bar, especially if I'm not drinking. I don't want to sit at the bar. I want to
Crowded
sit
bar.
down and have my meal and go home.
And that's 25 extra bucks I don't want to spend
Yes.
since I made my responsibility of making that reservation last week.
Thank
because
you.
I can make it, and you should have
you
planned
made
better.
a reservation a week.
Oh, you have to be weeks in advance.
For certain restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you feel about if you're late? You're 45 minutes late. Do you have to pay a fine?
No, but I don't get the table. That's
Yeah,
fair.
they give it away after 15
You can
minutes.
take the
Most
table.
restaurants
Take
do.
the table.
Wow, you guys go out to eat and talking fridges?
Okay.
Bert?
I'm made of money.
Let's talk about concerts next. Concerts should absolutely start on time. It's not cool to start an hour late. Agree.
That's
The Lauryn Hill issue, I think, and I don't
Not
mean to
just
call her
Lauryn
out,
Hill.
but it's called because she was always like notoriously showed up late. What if you're like Madonna, always shows up like 2 hours late?
Madonna has notoriously
Right.
showed up late.
We don't
A
need
lot
examples.
of performers do.
Okay, sorry. You guys get late. Got it.
I don't like it. You got a babysitter you got to pay. I don't want to go home at 1 in the morning.
right, but I'm surprised that all generations agree on this. I think there is like some like young punk rock thing about just like
No,
the band just comes
no,
out. When you're young and 20,
No, don't
Not
throw-
these people. They want to get it in, get it out, go.
Okay, Chris said next. And what about?
We have to talk.
There should be no phones at concerts. You know what? That's on the person.
But that person affects you.
Why?
If the person was filming next to me the entire time, it would affect my... I'm not saying it would ruin it.
Okay.
But it would affect my time.
All right, next. If there's no parking nearby, I'm not doing it. What do you guys feel about that? No park.
No parking, you're not doing what? You're not going?
Yeah, they're not going. I think that's a little ridiculous. Find parking. Go, walk.
Drive around.
Walk.
Yes.
Walk.
Pray to St. Anthony and drive around. That's what we do.
We were hunters and gatherers. Now we can't walk.
When have you hunted or gathered anything?
I had picked raspberries this morning.
Or went for a walk.
Yeah,
I did both this morning.
Raspberries are fairly stationary, but we got it.
Here's a good one. Having to download an app for everything is annoying, especially these new parking meter apps. What are you talking about?
Yeah. That is dumb.
I can't just put coins in or a credit card?
Or to watch a menu. I don't want to download an app to look at a menu. Give me a menu.
Yeah. I don't want to sign up for anything.
Me too.
You're done getting my fake email and fake phone number. Just give me the thing.
Right.
Yep. Okay, last one.
I want a burger.
Music everywhere, too loud. Yes.
Really?
Too loud. I need to talk to you. Too loud.
Yeah. Okay.
That just shows how old.
Yeah, that sounds a little old to us.
I feel like Sam goes home and writes Yelp reviews about the music.
I've never once.
About a coffee shop just trying to make it in the neighborhood. Sam's,
not at all.
The acoustic set was very noisy.
And the parking wasn't close enough for my liking.
I actually will only write a Yelp review if it's positive. I'm not taking down any small businesses. That's something I would not do.
Agree with you. I just wrote a very good one for, I won't give out, but I wrote a great one, and I wrote...
Why won't you give it out?
Drain Pros. Efron is a master plumber. You got to get him. He's so good.
Have you written bad reviews? Be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know you have.
I have.
I said I spent $400 at a restaurant, and it tasted like not good.
Ran out of adjectives.
No, I had another adjective.
Your post?
No, but it was
$400 at a restaurant.
Yeah, it was my birthday.
Bert! We need to talk contracts for real. Talking fridges, $400 meals.
I know.
I don't have children.
Jeez, we'll be right back.
You can write a negative.
I'm not going to be here.
I trust
I'm going on
Yelp.
strike.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verify viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says heat is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace their batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says heat is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, hit us with the good stuff. What do you have?
Hi, Tori. Hey, DBL Nation. I am super excited to show off all of the deals today. As ever, they're fabulous. Get ready to fall in love with what we've got. Yes. Check this out. We have got the Cuisinart ceramic non-stick cutlery set with this very snazzy acrylic block.
That looks rad.
I love it. So this deal includes one chef's knife, one slicing knife, one bread knife, one santoku knife, one utility knife, one paring knife, and 1 acrylic block.
Ooh.
So what's amazing about this is the color-coded design is awesome because it helps you keep track of what you are cutting to avoid any cross-contamination.
Smart.
And it comes with a lifetime warranty.
Thank you.
Cuisinart really stand by their products, so for less than $35, you are going to get a lifetime of 9.
Ta-da!
So normally this is $92, but we're about to blow you away because we've got it for $32.99 today. So that is saving 64%.
I'm blown away. That is fantastic. And guys,
I love
acrylic
it.
blocks, clear, that will be in trend forever. That's a classic.
It looks so cool. I've got a bright white kitchen, so this is really going to add a nice pop of color. Now check out this, Tori. This is fun. We've got the Laura Geller 4-piece makeup set.
Oh, I love her.
So this deal will include 3 different mascaras and 1 multitasking trio. So there are 3 different types of mascara in this set that will help mix up your look. And the multitask trio is amazing. So each of these shades can be used on your eyes, your lips, and your cheeks. So really versatile. Laura Geller products, they can be found in retail stores such as Nordstrom and Macy's. This brand is backed by celebrities like Paula Abdul, who says she cannot live without this makeup line. So get ready, because normally it's $95.
Yeah, that's a lot of makeup.
Well, Tori, we've got it for $19.99, so that's saving you guys 79%.
Steph, don't say it so loud. That's incredible. Laura Geller is incredible.
I mean, normally 1 mascara is that price, so this is a steal. Now look at this. This is so nice to be cozy at home. Tori, how cute are these?
I was looking for these.
We've got the 3-pack Nest Well plush footsies. This deal includes 3 pairs of footsies. You'll get 1 in each color. So these slippers have a memory foam inner sole and anti-skid outer sole, like this really grippy thing here.
Nice.
And with 3 in the deal, you can leave a pair upstairs, a pair downstairs, or you can be kind and share with your friends, so that's nice too. Normally, this is $30, but we've got a 3-pack for just $12.99, so that's saving up to 57%.
I'm always chilly and I always am hot at the same time. This will solve your issues. The core part of you being cold, warm with a cute little thing, and then you can go about your day.
Well, check out what else we've got today. This is the last product of the day. We've got the Homes Air 1 True HEPA Air Purifier Tower.
Ooh.
So this deal includes 1 air purifier and 3 replacement filters. This features a 3-stage HEPA filter to reduce 99.97% of allergens.
Oh, wow.
So this unit is perfect for medium-sized rooms like your bedroom or an office, and it's designed to circulate and filter clean air up to 188 square feet. Normally, we're talking $120 for this, but we have it for $49.99. That is saving up to 58%.
That's my happy savings dance. I love that, and I love that right now, y'all. If you're sneezing at home or if the smoke from any wildfires coming in, this is a must-have.
Absolutely.
Head on over to morningsave.com to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even just scan the QR code on screen to take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, as always, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verify viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14, there is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the insurrection clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Of alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. Okay, boomers and the younger generation. Allison says, couldn't find parking is my excuse that I didn't want to go in the first place.
Ooh, Allison.
I've used that for the gym before.
Have you?
Yeah, can't find one, gotta go.
Bye. Julia says, here's what boomers get right, sending thank you notes. I send thank you notes.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's a great
That's
thing.
a beautiful thing.
It is. It really is.
It is the biggest, most underrated thing.
It is.
It's something that should never go away.
I just made Sophie do all her thank you notes for her birthday party. We were a couple months
That's
late,
amazing.
but late better than never, right?
That's good.
And then Maxwell says,
late better than never.
That's not the saying. Someone write that down. That was funny.
Late better than never. The old saying.
The old saying, a trip down the hill is up the river.
Maxwell says, I think bad reviews only work when there are many on the same issue.
Yes.
I read reviews looking for similar issues, and there's some good points.
Such a good point. Exactly.
Look for the trends.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right. Right.
All right.
Still got 10 more seconds.
Appreciate you all for watching us today. We love
thank you note from Sam.
DBL is new every day. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye, guys.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how, that's local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
I mean, I go in your house and you have a lot of hip-hop memorabilia.
Yes.
It's not original, but if you were...
Wow.
Do you want to move on?
The chicken has come to bite the pig in the butt.
I need a bumper sticker made out of that.
We need to see our Jeff doing some exercises.
Real fast, watch this.
Can you do this?
Oh my God!
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Leah Remini sues Scientology. The bombshell lawsuit that claims she was held captive by the church after Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding. LIZZO responds to the harassment and hostile work environment allegations, saying it's all sensationalized stories. Who do you believe? Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening? And comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live.
Your father won't go because he's still really mad about the war.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Tori and Jeff already beginning to misbehave. Yes, they are. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so this is something that I know that we've heard about in the news cycle for quite some time, but there's a new layer to it. After years of speaking out against Scientology, Leah Remini is now suing the church. She is also suing the leader of Scientology, David Miscavige.
Correct.
She announced the lawsuit on her Instagram, posting this long press release detailing her claims of 17 years of psychological torture, defamation, surveillance, harassment, and intimidation. Leah was a member of the church for more than 35 years before she walked away in 2013. And since then, she has been speaking out against it, including on our show. Check out this clip from a couple years back.
Not everybody who has a voice uses it. And I'm a firm believer. I was a vocal Scientologist. I got people into Scientology. I promoted it most of my life. For those of us who were in the public eye and who were speaking on behalf of Scientology, getting people into Scientology, I feel that we have a responsibility to do the work when we find out that none of those things that we were doing was not only helpful but damaging and very harmful to people's lives. I think people have a responsibility to do their part.
The Church of Scientology has not yet responded to the lawsuit. So what do you think of Leah's suit and the claims that she is making against the church? I know that you have a big long list, Tori, of some information. Please provide more context.
Okay, and just to say, I just bravo to Leah Remini. I mean, she's doing this, it's like a David and Goliath story. They have so much money. They are Tom Cruise money, and she's doing this on her own. Right, and she was in this for 35 years. All right, so one thing that's missing is where is Shelley? Shelley, of course, is the public, David and Shelley Miscavige were the public face of Scientology. She has not been seen since 2007, okay? No one knows where she is, and at one point during Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding, Leah said, hey, where's Shelley? And it got to be kind of weird, and things started turning. And at that point, she was sent away, Leah Remini, away to like a
according to
Leah, to like go and work on herself in sort of a, you know, prison-like way. And she's concerned that Shelley Miscavige is allegedly in a fortress isolated in rural Twin Peaks, California, and they think she can't get out. Like she's literally stuck captive in a fortress. And there's also talk of a Vanity Fair article in which someone got in trouble with dating Tom Cruise at the time. She had to scrub toilets with a toothbrush. This is alleged again. Clean bathroom tiles with acid and dig ditches in the middle of the night. This is dark stuff that's happening here. We're talking kidnapping, missing people, big thing to take on by herself. Huge.
And that's the thing that scares me, Tori, is I wonder if it is going to be by herself. I mean, some of the misgivings that people have had with this church are not new information. I think the Going Clear documentary was 6 or 7 years ago it came out. The problem is, who wants to go up against the Church of Scientology?
No one.
Who wants to possibly exhaust all of their funds and now subject their people possibly to harassment and stalking? What Leah Remini is basically asking for is her life back. These people have an endless supply of money to make your life very unpleasant on a day-to-day basis, because it not only serves as a reminder for who Leah Remini has angered, but also anybody that's still inside.
Right.
It's like, we're not going away in a year. We're going to be right there. We're going to be filming you outside your window, or allegedly. We're going to be making up websites, hundreds of them, allegedly.
But other people have been intimidated on high levels before. Why is Church of Scientology, in your opinion, Jeff, getting away with this, allegedly.
Well, allegedly, we said it enough. They have people planted in all different, including the police force, lawyers, and you don't know where they're at. That's according to the documentary and Leah's show that she had. So, I mean, I love a good conspiracy.
Yeah.
The Scientology's up there with some of my favorites because nobody knows what's happening. The wife, like, why aren't more people looking for her? They tried to serve David Miscavige, the leader, that's his wife. They tried to serve him 27 different times. They can't find him now.
And he self-isolated himself.
And they've
like
also
Howard Hughes.
claimed that they've met with the wife, right?
Yeah.
If you want to say it,
No, go
please
ahead.
do.
I think this is
that
so
they met
interesting.
with her in a coffee shop a handful of years ago, I think back in 2013.
The
And
LAPD.
The LAPD, but then when they went to compare her fingerprints, it was so faint, and then they went to go look at the footage, and it was all scrambled.
Right.
So they don't know if they ever met with her to make sure that she was okay.
Which is
why can't they go to the fortress? I don't understand how our government picks and chooses. I know your points. Well,
Right. No, but
if someone's missing,
because they infiltrated the LAPD allegedly. Again, they are at the highest levels of our Congress, of our courts, and they're not telling them why did it get case closed? Why is that missing person that Leah Remini herself had to put out in 2013? Why is that closed?
And if no one else is going up against Church of Scientology and it's just Leah Remini, talk about a David and Goliath story.
Literally.
The bravery.
Yes, but the sad part is in real life, a lot of times Goliath wins.
Yeah.
And that's the scarier thing. It's just that it's just going to be Leah, because if Leah called me and was like, hey, can you get my back in this? I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to subject. Yeah, I don't want to.
My buddy tried to go, Donovan and Goliath, tried to infiltrate my buddy Donovan, and he's like, I just want to see what's going on in there. So he went to Church of Scientology when we lived in LA and took the test. Did you take a test?
No, I went to the Church of Scientology Celebrity Center right there
on Franklin.
Across from Birds.
Yeah.
And my husband and I were so curious what happens in there, we pretended we wanted to have our wedding there. So before we could even have a conversation with their wedding planner, we had to sit and watch a movie. And afterwards, Mark was like, Mark was like all in. Because it's very,
yeah, you're right.
This was 20 years ago. You know, I've known Mark since I was in my early 20s. It's very, specifically, I don't want to say towards disenfranchised people, but it's manipulative. They know how to indoctrinate a person through that 15-minute video, just enough to get you to go to a meeting.
Yeah.
And then that meeting turns into another meeting and another meeting. And then all of a sudden you confess your secrets, because they do tell you in order to be a Scientologist, you have to get everything out. And then others allege that once you confess all those secrets, that they use those allegedly later on as blackmail. So you're trapped.
You're right.
So it's dangling that carrot that looks really golden and great. They even found out I was an actress at the time. And they were like, oh, we have this casting director, we have that casting director, this person's in Church of It's very, very enticing.
Wow.
Very observant.
To finish my story,
out of her third
to finish
eye.
my story, Donovan didn't get in.
No.
They wouldn't allow him in?
No, they denied him, and he lied. He tried to make it seem like he was like, playing along,
Maybe they
brainwashed.
sniffed him out.
They sniffed him out.
He was
And they
too
turned-
good to be true.
They turned him away.
Wow.
Yeah, or did they?
They
Or did
want
they?
flaws.
Or is he in?
Or is he? Or am I?
Oh my God.
Don't even,
that would
Jeff.
explain a lot.
That would. All right, coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live. What's the weirdest thing that's happened to her on tour? And Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening?
DBL, this show is amazing.
There's a lot going on down here.
I would have been part of the Mile High Club.
Yeah.
So on point. But I'm going to have a conversation about what's happening now.
That place on in like not Hermosa, but like Manhattan Beach. You know what I'm
Oh,
talking
I
about?
didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got a giant plate.
Because
Zuckerberg.
he does like to surf.
Yeah, so when I walk, like when my friends there, like that's Zuckerberg's house.
Nuh-uh.
In
Is
like
it
Manhattan
one of
Beach.
his places?
One of his
And what
places,
does
but
it
he's
look
on the Strand. It's huge. It looks like almost a restaurant.
Yeah.
And like, cause you could see in. I'm talking about if you're walking like in the Strand in like Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach area. He's got a place right on the Strand, so it's on the beach. But I mean, there's like different. It looks like it's so big. It looks like a restaurant.
Is it
His
super
patio.
protected?
No, you can look right in.
That's weird.
Because those houses are right there.
On the beach.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the surfing picture of him with all zinc on his face?
It's close to the 90210 beach house.
No way.
Yeah.
Name the restaurant.
Ooh.
At 90210?
Beach Bed?
Yeah. Name the waiter.
Oh, Joe Itata.
Wow.
Tony Tata.
Yeah, Joe Itata. He passed away a couple of years
What's
ago.
his name on the show?
Nate.
Oh,
But
wow.
I gave the real
That's-
name.
I like
Wow, that was
That's
very
proper,
impressive.
Very proper.
Is that your most, like, were you the most excited to watch when you were, like, a teen?
No, I watched that. Yeah, I watched that in college, and I remember
favorite character?
Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
Steve?
Yeah.
I thought it would be Jason
like Dylan.
Priestley.
No way.
I know you would like
Jason
Dylan.
Priestley.
Yeah, dude. What do you think I am?
Oh my god, I thought he was like the cool jockey
Brandon?
dude.
No, Brandon was a square.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was?
Dylan.
What's up? How's your white bread sandwich?
Oh my god, it's
Do you
delicious.
like
Thank you.
Brenda or Kelly?
Brenda or Kelly? They're both dirty birds. I like.
Is that Shannon Doherty?
I like Tiffany Amber coming in and spicing it up.
Tyson or whatever. She is
Tyson.
hot. Remember on Saved by the Bell, there was a character named Tori? I got really.
You are a Tory.
Welcome back to DBL. As you may have heard, Mark Zuckerberg has been busy training for his big Battle of the Billionaires fight against Elon Musk. Well, now he's revealed he built an octagon ring in his backyard, but his wife Priscilla doesn't seem to be happy about it. Mark posted this text exchange showing his enthusiasm for the new octagon, saying it looks awesome. Priscilla responded with Mark, then followed up by saying, she's been working on that grass for 2 years. I so get this. So what do you think of it? And how do you and your spouse handle house projects that you don't see eye to eye on?
That was such a married people conversation because he's like, did you see it? And she just goes, yes, I saw it. She didn't like fill in like, I love it or I hate it. And he's like, so? And she was like, Jeff. Just like when you get the one name, you know you're in trouble.
I would have had a different response. Like, just fill in the blank. Do you know how much money we have?
You can get new grass.
Yeah.
We'll get new grass. Yeah,
How about
right.
I get you a whole new house?
I feel
You could
like
do the
this could
grass
be
there.
happening at the Schroeder house, though. Same with you as well. Your
yeah.
husband's a builder.
Oh, yeah.
Any miss?
My husband collects cats and monitors. If you go in our basement, there's monitors everywhere. And it's just like
Cats and monitors.
Yeah, when I leave town, I feel like we always get a new cat. So, but the house project thing, I think we align eye to eye on.
You just skipped over that whole
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like
There's a lot
reason-
there.
Band name,
I haven't
Cats
been-
and monitors.
I haven't been to Sam's in a while. I think you're running a little ASPCA there.
Nope, still the same amount of cats.
How many?
Well, we originally had 5. We've lost a couple through old age. We now have 3.
Is it kitty
Mark
cat?
wants to get another cat, but we might wait a little bit. Yeah, but I feel like when it comes to house projects, I feel like you and Jordan do.
I got to follow the cat story?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, Jordan gets mad at me for
Like
things
what?
that I do. You know what? Here's like a little therapy session. I have this fire pit, right, outside.
I love a good fire pit.
I love a good fire pit,
a good
right?
fire
And
pit.
and I'm an outside guy,
Yeah.
so I like a good fire going. Some of the sparks leaked over onto our patio furniture. Jordan is not happy about the patio furniture, except we've been there 3 years, and she might have been outside 3 times.
Oh.
But I still get zinged every time she goes out there and like, remember that couch you burned? I'm like, it's part of the, you know what I mean? You got to crack a couple eggs if you want an omelet.
Now, what are we talking about with a burn? Are we talking about like an unusable or is it like
a cinder spot?
Yeah.
Like an ember spot?
Yeah, like a fun spot.
A fun little ember
fire
spot.
pit do you have that's shooting out embers left and right?
I put a lot of meat in there.
What?
Wood.
Do you cook with your
we've
fire
gotten
pit?
to the bottom. No, I don't know.
That would be weird.
I do like a good fire
I was
pit,
trying
though.
to beat the cat story.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job.
You did.
Well, we got, 45 minutes left?
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
Coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here
Yes.
live. Up there she
She's not
is.
impressed with our conversation.
Yep.
Cats and
We
monitors.
can't wait to talk with her next.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verify viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says he is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace their batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says he is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. Our next guest was a journalist in St. Louis when she decided one night to go to a comedy club and try an open mic. Now she's been making us laugh for 35 years as one of the most beloved comics on the planet. Take a look.
We can afford 4 purses. My mom points in the class and looks at this super beautiful French woman. She goes, "I would like to buy." I'm like, oh my God. You did not just say that like that. And she goes, "Shut up, Kathleen, shut up, you're cynical. I would like to buy Bon Papillon."
I love it. Please welcome to the show, Kathleen Madigan.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. All right, I have a question for you. We are now in a new era where we've been talking about this. People are throwing things at performers on stage. Do you have a game plan? I can't believe I have to ask this. If someone hits you in the face with their phone.
What would I do?
Yeah.
Well, I would run away. I don't understand the throwing things back.
Right.
Although I will say Cardi B has a mean left hand.
She does.
I mean, she threw that wow. I was like, and left-handed like a professional baseball player. That was amazing. But I'm also like, a drink isn't as heavy as a mic. Those microphones are heavy. That's like throwing a hammer.
Yeah.
No, I would not get involved. Like, my dad's a lawyer. I know when a lawsuit's about to start. I'm out of there.
She's just
bye-bye. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out.
You can feel it like rain in the air, like, oh, this is a lawsuit coming. Let me stop.
Yeah, I feel it. It's all starting, and this is just the first page of the indictment. I'm not doing it. I'm out. Yeah. I'll come back when they throw the person out.
Yeah.
And then whatever. But like it's probably normal to react.
Yeah.
But to throw it back, like some lady jumped on stage just to slide me a greeting card, and I'm like, you didn't. Yeah, you could have just given that to an usher. You know, you didn't need to go through all that. And she was not really in shape, so only half of her body got on stage, and the other half was kind of it was a hashtag fail. Yeah. But I mean, that was a nice fan. They were just trying to give me a greeting card, like this whole thing of throwing drinks and that guy who threw his phone. What is the matter with you? That's worth $1,000. You just threw your personal effects that you're not getting back, on top of the fact you're going to jail. I mean, how much beer do you have to drink for that to sound like a good idea?
I'm in shock that we're even discussing this. I was looking at the clip we showed of you, and you that looked like you were taping your This Is Not Happening on Comedy Central.
That's exactly what that was.
That's cool, yeah. I taped one too, but I can't wait to hear your story because you're such a storyteller. I grew up listening to you and buying your CDs and albums, so it's an honor to talk to you. You are currently on tour, so I got to get to this. Please tell our audience, what is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you on tour? Because we've already discussed a little bit.
Well, one of the weirdest things actually was, so back in the day when you start comedy, you got to do all these one-nighters, and they're usually in kind of questionable bars. Let's say questionable is a good word. And it was somewhere in the middle of Kansas, and the guy had chicken wire all around the stage, what would be a stage, I suppose. And I said, what's up with the chicken wire? Because it was me and another comedian. He goes, well, last week, a comedian took a beer bottle to the head, and I can't afford that kind of trouble. So I said, okay, well, you know, I got to make my $75. But then no one came, like no people, 0 people except, and he goes, then you're going to do your act for me. I was like, okay. So I stood behind chicken wire and told jokes to one bar owner, and I got my $75 and left. But I'm like, that's the strangest. Like, and back then, people weren't throwing things. Not that I knew of. I mean, I hadn't heard anything. And this guy really put up the chicken wire like I was actually a hen out, like a chicken. I mean, it was secure. It was secure. It was very secure. But I still thought a beer bottle can go over that.
That's a good point.
I think he thought it. He didn't think it through very well.
I think he just saw Roadhouse once, and he was like, yeah, this helps.
Yeah,
I
totally.
had a very similar gig. I was doing a college gig, and, you know, they're contractual, and they booked it in the cafeteria. Like 10 minutes after lunch was over, so everyone was at class, everyone, and we still had to do the show, and like the MC would bring us up. There was no one in there except for the people cleaning, and I was like, we sped through our jokes when we got off. The guy was like, oh, you guys are supposed to do an hour and a half. And like was sticking to the time for no one. But these gigs are very strange, so I can't wait to talk to you further about it. But yes, it's a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, that's also why I quit the college gigs, because I felt like I was in the cafeteria. Not only did I feel like I was not doing well, I was actively bothering people.
Yes.
And I'm like, you know, I can't. These kids are trying to study, and I'm like, hey, have you seen this movie on Dateline? Like, I mean, no.
They don't tell people the show is starting. They're just like, you go, where's the show? And they go, it's in the cafeteria. The mic is on the floor. And they're like, pick it up and start telling jokes. And you're like, that's not how a show starts. That's not anything.
That's how it starts for them, because some kid planned it and then they leave. I love the kid who always books it. It's like, okay, fine, have fun, bye. I'm like, oh, no, you don't get to leave. If I have to be in this kind of pain, you need to stay.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're stuck for 45 minutes. You're stuck. Yeah.
Hey, beats class. Kathleen, thank you so much. DBL Nation, you can see Kathleen on the Box Wine and Tiny Banjos tour going on right now. Get your tickets at KATHLEENMADIGAN.com. Thank you again, Kathleen. Congratulations on all your success.
Thanks,
we'll be right back.
That's funny.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verified viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14, there is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the Insurrection Clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic, where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Welcome back. We want to give a birthday shout out to Martha Stewart. The lifestyle guru turns 82 today. Her company page posted this throwback photo of Martha back in her modern days. I love that. Look at that hair. I love her hair, her look, all of it.
She always had a very strong style and a strong sense of self. And I heard a very interesting rumor that when she was in jail, she wanted to do something and bide her time. No, get this. She found a way to take sheets and other material, and she taught the women how to hand sew ponchos.
I think that's a true story.
Yeah, jail ponchos, and they could wear them in the yard when it was raining. And she sort of Martha Stewarted herself in jail to the rest.
All the street cred from every single person.
And they all wore ponchos, and she still has, and says those women she's still very close with, and still they like, you know.
Yeah, till they get out. Yeah, I mean, because I'm sure they try and hit her
Martha,
up. Like,
I tried to call you. The number's wrong.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know.
Where's your poncho? Yeah. I think that's cool that she's constantly always been that way.
I've always said this about Martha Stewart. Everybody talks about tough guys in jail, tough guys in court. Martha Stewart did not snitch on anybody.
She sure didn't.
She took that rap. She didn't take the plea. She went to jail like a G. Shout out. She
Martha
did.
Right.
Little Kim didn't snitch either, and she went to jail too.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Beyonce is getting slammed for selling tickets to her show that have absolutely no view of the stage. Would you ever pay to go to a concert like this? And Lizzo is denying the allegations from her former dancers. Who do you believe?
The incandescent light bulb was invented by Thomas Edison more than 100 years ago. It passes electricity through a filament to give off light, but it also gives off heat, making it pretty inefficient. LED bulbs use much less energy and have a much longer lifespan, making them far more efficient. And now, a new federal regulation is taking effect to help reduce energy usage by curbing the use of incandescents. But does the new rule actually ban all incandescent light bulbs? Let's verify. Our sources are the Department of Energy, GE Lighting, the EPA, and the Code of Federal Regulations. In 2007, President George W. Bush signed into law a bill called the Energy Independence and Security Act. One of its many provisions was to regulate what kinds of light bulbs can be made and sold in the U.S. And the law instructed the Department of Energy to update those regulations over time. Under President Obama, the DOE proposed an update raising the efficiency requirements, effectively banning the sale of many incandescent bulbs. That proposal was killed under President Trump, but brought back under President Biden and is now in effect. But two important bits of context here. One, the law doesn't make it illegal to own or buy these kinds of bulbs. The DOE will, however, begin to gradually fine manufacturers, importers, distributors, and retailers who keep making and selling banned bulbs. Secondly, there are a lot of exceptions. These include three-way bulbs, car headlights, black lights, lights for appliances, and plant lamps. In general, specialty bulbs can still be incandescent. The ban is focused on general service bulbs. So we can verify, no, the new light bulb rule will not ban all incandescent lights. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lizzo is giving her side of the story after being sued by 3 former dancers. We've been talking about this on the show. The dancers filed a lawsuit against Lizzo, her company, and a dance captain, claiming they were weight shamed, sexually harassed, and subjected to a hostile work environment. In a statement on Instagram, Lizzo called the allegations false and, quote, too outrageous not to be addressed. She went on to say, quote, these sensationalized stories are coming from former employees who have already publicly admitted that they were told their behavior on tour was inappropriate and unprofessional. She went on to say, with passion comes hard work and high standards. Sometimes I have to make hard decisions, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued as an important part of my team. Lizzo also denied criticizing or terminating an employee because of their weight. Okay, so we've been talking about this story, Jeff. We've been wanting to hear Lizzo's side. What do you think now?
I'd like you to kick things off because I thought you had an interesting take, and I thought I'd smash that take.
Yeah, I feel like it's a trap, and I'm walking straight into that trap. I'll be very honest, and somebody already wrote, you know what, I don't care, oh, here it is, trying to be useful, wrote, I don't care how Lizzo lives her life. And I was like, my first thought was like, I want to listen and believe the women, and I also really like and want to believe Lizzo. And I want to believe that she didn't do that because she represents a lot of things I believe in, and I want to think of her as the one in my head who's this great woman for big girls and positivity. And then I also don't want to disbelieve these multiple amount of women coming forward saying we had to do some weird things in Amsterdam in a sex show. I mean, these are bad allegations. So I want to believe both. I know that's a terrible answer, but it's true.
You veered from your first answer.
I want to believe Lizzo didn't do this.
Just to catch everybody up, we do multiple shows. Your first take was, I believe these 3 women got together in a conspiracy.
I'm worried these people got disgruntled,
Lizzo.
right? And
right.
I'm like in my head, I was like, maybe they just got disgruntled. You're right.
Right, which I thought was ridiculous, and we're having a good conversation about it. To have that take, if I gave that take about a man that was accused of the very same things as Lizzo, we'd have a talk. Me and my boss would have a talk after the show because you can't say that. I've learned, or I shouldn't say I've learned because I haven't learned anything through cancel culture. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. We're coming out of that a little bit to believe all women. Now we're saying don't believe 3 women. So I don't know where the truth lies in this cancel correction culture because we played by a certain set of rules for the past 3 years. A lot of people lost their jobs based on allegations less than this, and they no longer have a job. I personally have lost some work for things, right? But now, because it's Lizzo, we believe Lizzo and what she's saying, and it's, you got to be tough in the corporation. Where are the rules? What rules are we playing by, and are they different for each and every individual based on sexuality, race? Are they all different? And the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
And especially in a situation like this, the phrase like believe all women comes from a good place.
It does.
It comes from a place that women for a long time were not listened to at all. The crimes against them were not reported or talked about or discussed or given merit.
Yeah, the
it comes
historical
from a good
context
place.
of that is important.
But that is such a general statement that we have to talk about nuance, which is sadly what everything is and the part that everybody wants to not talk about because it's much more difficult than believe all women. Oh, let's get lunch. When you start talking about nuance in this situation, would I find it shocking that I found out that 3 employees that were not doing well on the job and being reprimanded might find a situation such as a sex show that they went to, which if everything was going great, they probably wouldn't mention, but if they lose their job, they might. Could I find that a plausible scenario? Absolutely. Can I find it a plausible scenario that Lizzo, who is putting on a visual aesthetic to hundreds of thousands of people, may want to have some say over what the people behind her look like? No different than if it was the Rockettes or Beyonce or whoever, whatever, backup dancers. Yes, I can understand that as well. But when you start just saying she called them fat and they called them, like that's when you, there's no way to navigate that because it's too vague and it doesn't, none of it rings true.
That's falling back into cancel culture.
Right.
I do think cancel culture did serve its purpose. I do agree with you that it may have gone too far where you have like the Aziz Ansaris and stuff that got mixed into the Harvey Weinsteins.
Right.
A lot of those people deserved to lose their jobs. Some of them did not, though that was the collateral damage of that movement. Looking at Lizzo here, I think when it comes to corporations in general, every corporation deals with a disgruntled employee, or maybe that employee's perception is factual, and Lizzo's is factual. And then
Both are true
there
in
needs to
some
be an investigation. Because Lizzo's in the limelight, we're going to hear every single detail of it. And that's not fair. It's not. And a lot of these entertainers, their corporations, they go out after their performance with their dancers. I have friends that are dancers. And yes, they already are on a high physically. I'm not talking about drugs here. They're already on a high from being on stage, and it's hard for them to just go back to their hotel room, so they go out. And I think that's where it gets murky. In 2023, you can't play that anymore. You just can't, because there's going to be a mixture of perceptions, and if you add alcohol into the mix and environments that aren't conducive to a normal working environment, you're going to have some backlash. That's just the way it is.
And it's just very interesting, a dilemma for these corporations. When I say these corporations, I'm talking about where you work and where we've all worked. I don't care if we're talking about Chili's or teachers or whatever. Can we as co-workers go out and enjoy an alcoholic beverage together? Because if something happens, you can take what happened on your private time and bring that back to HR on company time. So now are we talking about no holiday parties, no Halloween, no Tori's birthday? Is that the world we want to live in? I don't know, but I feel like the corporations don't care, and they'll just end it.
Cancel culture created that environment.
Yes.
That's what happened.
To a certain
That is
extent.
the repercussion.
To a certain extent.
The
Correcting. But cancel culture also saved a lot of people with accountability.
You're right. The Bill Cosbys, the Harvey Weinsteins, of course.
Right.
But it went so far that big corporations, including networks and major companies, took on that approach and like,
it's a
sorry, buddy,
liability.
we got to let you go. Otherwise, it's us. It's way too far. And now we're not doing the same repercussions for people that we have in the past.
I think we're starting to have discernment. I hope we are.
What about all the people that lost work and don't have a job anymore because of that culture? And that's the repercussions. No Christmas party.
No,
Thanks for ruining it for everybody.
Hanukkah parties too. Hanukkah parties as well. Huh?
Yeah.
Latkes.
Yeah, we celebrate both in our home.
That's
yes,
right.
Tori, you got it. Okay, we're moving on to Beyonce. Beyonce fans are slamming the concert promoter of her world tour for selling no-view tickets. One fan posted their ticket on TikTok, which said it was a listening-only seat with no view of the stage. These tickets are reportedly being sold for nearly $160. Taylor Swift has been selling obstructed view tickets for her Eras tour, but in some cases, fans can still see the stage and the video screen of the show. What do you think about this, buying a ticket that you don't even get to see the performer or the stage?
Well, they tell you won't see it. It's not like a scratch off, like when you get there, oh, I got no view. No one told me. What'd you get? Floor seats. See you later.
That would be a great idea. Scratch off tickets. Everyone gets the same price.
No.
$50.
That is
And you scratch off, you're like, oh man,
That's good. That's good.
If I'm going to
I'm the performer?
That'd be great.
But honestly, what is the anger about this? I think if we're like, we are the biggest Beyonce fans that have ever lived, between the four of us, we don't have enough money to buy one ticket.
Yeah.
But we can't get four obstructed or no view tickets. I think a real crazy fan would go do that. And there are diehard fans. Clearly, people are buying them. Why can't they sell them?
I don't think it's a crazy fan. I think, what do you go for at the concert? Yeah, you go, but the person's this big. You go for the energy.
Yeah, you do. You do.
You go for the
You do go to see the artist.
No, you're right. There's a 2.3 seismic quake in Seattle from the Taylor Swift fans in that stadium.
Jumping up and down in that stadium.
2.3 seismic quake.
That's not very big.
She moved the earth. She moved the earth.
I want to be a part of that quake.
That's right.
This is
you
how
are part of that
insane
quake.
Society has become.
You are a part of that quake.
I am a part of that quake.
I'm going to go and deal with 50,000 morons at a concert that I have to rub arms with. And I can't even see the show, and I'm paying $160.
No, then don't buy the ticket.
I think there'll be a lot less people in that section. You can probably move your arms a little bit over there.
But I mean, you can't pay me to go into a crowd. Now I'm paying to do it, and I can't even see the performer?
No, I think it's actually very few people, I imagine. That you have the whole place to yourself in a way.
Oh, it's like a little private party.
What if that,
And then who knows if she doesn't want to pluck you and put you in the front?
How would she know you're back there?
She knows, because she's Beyonce.
Yeah, follow the extension cord to me in the back. Come get me, Beyonce.
All right, coming up on DBL, is there anything that the younger generation and boomers can agree on? We're talking all about it next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless. I'm like blushing.
Thank you, thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
so fun.
Jeff, pitch your idea. Go ahead.
I just did.
Okay, that's
But
true.
We have a little.
I think it'd be cool to have a concert.
So just a reminder, we're
$50
going over things that younger people agree with boomers about. Sam is going to read
Just
it.
say
There's
Tory.
a full screen, quick discuss
not a
between
boomer.
each one. You guys are saying whether you agree or disagree with.
Okay.
We love you.
Perfect. Thank you, Brianna.
Scratch off concert tickets.
Exactly.
Agree
so,
or disagree?
Totally agree.
Oh, you do?
You need the
I
option
love
to
that
buy
idea.
it.
It would be a gimmick, though. I don't.
Yeah,
think
yeah. A one-up.
Yeah.
Do you want to pick
yeah.
your seat or do you want to roll the dice? So
No,
to
but
speak?
just do it.
Southwest or United?
$50. All tickets are
Everyone pays
$50.
Not all. No. No. I want
Do
the
you guys
choice.
remember
You gotta roll. You gotta take the risk.
Totally.
Jeff,
do you remember
because I'm going to pay the money to be VIP.
Where you guys would go to one of the other shows?
Yeah.
Chris,
I like
it's
the
Hotwire.
camera.
Do you remember you put your money in? And you wouldn't know what airline you would get? Down
Yeah,
that
and it
app,
would
it was
tell
like
you.
10 years ago.
I do remember that.
Wait,
And he'd
what?
tell you after you bought it.
And you would have to be like, oh, I'm going to United.
And it would be like hotels too. You wouldn't know. You'd be like Holiday Inn Express. All
Yeah.
right.
I've done that with hotels.
But they were
Right.
cheap.
Like in a different city.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you'd have to go to a whole.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
It was a nightmare.
So you could, what if you did, what if you could,
Man, I forgot all about it.
That's single person living.
if it
Well,
were,
that's broke.
Yeah, it's broke.
God,
I need to get to LA and I don't care if I'm
One
riding
app
with the
where
dogs.
the day of you can look at the hotels in your vicinity.
Hotel Tonight.
Love that.
Hotels Tonight.
The day of.
It's a great
look
app.
In the
Oh,
vicinity.
you know what else is
pick
there?
it
You
that
can
night.
stay at the Ritz-Carlton sometimes for $200.
Yeah.
And you know, also is a great app, Game Time.
Because they
game? Oh, yeah.
It's a game time
Hotels
for
Tonight will plug any
events, sporting
open-
events, concerts.
What does it do?
They
Get you
can
tickets?
It just lowers the
And
prices.
then
I just have a hard time risking it.
Hotel
You know what I
at least
mean?
makes
If I-
some money.
you know, I don't-
Hotels Tonight.
What?
Risking that
Every
there'll be a
city.
good seat.
I love that.
Welcome back. It's rare for different generations to agree on things like finances, parenting styles, and a bunch of other topics. But let's take a look at what younger people actually agree with boomers about. So first, touchscreens do not need to be on everything. What's wrong with buttons and knobs? Ovens do not need touchscreens. I agree with that.
Yeah, my fridge doesn't need to be a touchscreen.
You have a touchscreen fridge?
No, of course not. I know. Well, slow
I gotta
down.
renegotiate my contract.
Pump the brakes, okay? What I mean is, I don't need it to be like, you are out of apples. Like, I got it. Like, I choose
Your fridge
when I'm
talks
out.
too?
No, I'm saying if there are those type
The
of smart
smart
fridges.
Have you seen those?
I don't know.
They'll tell you you're low on milk.
I don't go shopping for.
All right, we have others to get to. Next, we have being on time for a reservation and then having to wait is ridiculous. Amen.
Amen.
You show up to your favorite place.
Next.
In Chicago. You show up to your favorite place in Chicago.
I swear I was not listening. I was
Okay, so
focused on-
a reservation, you got a time, 7:30. They say, all right, it'll be about 20 minutes.
It's so annoying.
What's wrong?
How do you feel
Have a
about
drink at
that?
the bar.
Oh my God.
Thank
Really?
you, Jeff. I'm with Jeff.
You don't like it?
They
What?
can't control when people get up and leave.
Don't overbook.
They're not overbooking, but they have an idea of how long somebody's going to sit there. But if
Dude,
they
I don't
sit there another
sit
hour,
at the bar, especially if I'm not drinking. I don't want to sit at the bar. I want to
Crowded
sit
bar.
down and have my meal and go home.
And that's 25 extra bucks I don't want to spend
Yes.
since I made my responsibility of making that reservation last week.
Thank
because
you.
I can make it, and you should have
you
planned
made
better.
a reservation a week.
Oh, you have to be weeks in advance.
For certain restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you feel about if you're late? You're 45 minutes late. Do you have to pay a fine?
No, but I don't get the table. That's
Yeah, they
fair.
give it away after 15
You can
minutes.
take the
Most
table.
restaurants
Take
do.
the table.
Wow, you guys go out to eat and talking fridges?
Okay.
Bert?
I'm made of money.
Let's talk about concerts next. Concerts should absolutely start on time. It's not cool to start an hour late. Agree.
That's
The Lauryn Hill issue, I think, and I don't
Well,
mean to
just
call her
Lauryn
out,
Hill.
but it's called because she was always like notoriously showed up late. What if you're like Madonna and always shows up like 2 hours late?
Madonna has notoriously
Right.
showed up late.
We
A
don't need
lot of
examples.
performers do.
Okay, sorry. You
Yeah.
guys get late. Got it.
I don't like it. You got a babysitter you got to pay. I don't want to go home at 1 in the morning.
right, but I'm surprised that all generations agree on this. I think there is like some like young punk rock thing about just like
No,
the band just comes
no,
out.
no.
When you're
No.
young and 20,
No, don't
Not
throw-
these people. They want to get it in, get it out, go.
Okay, Chris said next. And what about?
We have to talk.
There should be no phones at concerts. You know what? That's on the person.
But that person affects you.
Why?
If the person was filming next to me the entire time, it would affect my. I'm not saying it would ruin it.
Okay.
But it would affect my time.
All right. Next. If there's no parking nearby, I'm not doing it. What do you guys feel about that? No park.
No parking, you're not doing what? You're not going?
Yeah, they're not going. I think that's a little
insane.
ridiculous. Find parking. Go, walk.
Drive around.
Walk.
Yes.
Walk.
Pray to
put in a
St.
little
Anthony and
energy.
drive around. That's what we do.
We were hunters and gatherers. Now we can't walk.
When have you hunted or gathered anything?
I had picked raspberries this morning.
Or went for a walk.
Yeah,
I did both this morning.
raspberries are fairly stationary, but we got it.
Here's a good one. Having to download an app for everything is annoying, especially these new parking meter apps. What are you
that's
talking
dumb.
about?
Yeah.
That is dumb.
I can't just put coins in or a credit
I'm with
card?
you.
Or to watch a menu. I don't want to download an app to look at a menu.
don't
Give me
have
a
to.
menu.
Yeah.
I don't want to sign up for
I don't wanna
anything.
sign up for
You're done getting my fake email and
Totally.
fake phone number. Just
Right.
give me the thing.
Right.
Yep. Okay, last one.
want a burger.
Music everywhere, too loud. Yes.
Really?
Too loud. I
Loud.
need to talk
Really?
to you. Too loud.
Okay.
That just shows how old.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds a
for
little
sure an
old
thing.
to us.
I feel like Sam goes home and writes Yelp reviews about the music.
I've never once
About
written
a coffee shop just trying to make it in the
No.
neighborhood. Sam's, the
Not at all. I
acoustic
really-
set was very noisy.
And the parking wasn't close enough for my liking.
I actually will only write a Yelp review if it's positive. I'm not taking
I
down
did-
any small businesses.
I
That's
did
something
just
I would not do.
Agree with
Tori.
you. I just wrote a very good one for, I won't give out the, but I wrote a great one, and I wrote.
Why won't you give it out?
Yeah, it's a good
Train
one.
pros. Efron is a master plumber. You gotta get him. He's so good.
Have
and I
you
wrote
written
a great
bad
review.
reviews?
Be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know you have.
I have.
Tori.
I said I spent $400 at a restaurant, and it tasted like not good.
Ran out of adjectives.
No,
Was
I
that
have
your-
another
was that
adjective.
Your post?
No, but it was followed.
$4 at a restaurant.
Yeah, it was my birthday.
Bert! We need to talk contracts for real. Talking fridges, $400 meals.
I know.
I don't have children.
Jeez,
I think
we'll be
you
right back.
Write a negative.
I'm not going to be here.
I
I'm going
trust
on
Yelp.
strike.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verify viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says heat is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace their batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says heat is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, hit us with the good stuff. What do you have?
Hi, Tori. Hey, DBL Nation. I am super excited to show off all of the deals today. As ever, they're fabulous. Get ready to fall in love with what we've got. Yes. Check this out. We have got the Cuisinart ceramic non-stick cutlery set with this very snazzy acrylic block.
That looks rad.
I love it. So this deal includes one chef's knife, one slicing knife, one bread knife, one santoku knife, one utility knife, one paring knife, and one acrylic block.
Ooh.
So what's amazing about this is the color-coded design is awesome because it helps you keep track of what you are cutting to avoid any cross-contamination.
Smart.
And it comes with a lifetime warranty.
Thank you.
Cuisinart really stand by their products, so for less than $35, you are going to get a lifetime of 9.
Ta-da!
So normally this is $92, but we're about to blow you away because we've got it for $32.99 today. So that is saving 64%.
I'm blown away. That is fantastic. And guys,
I love
acrylic
it.
blocks, clear, that will be in trend forever. That's a classic.
It looks so cool. I've got a bright white kitchen, so this is really going to add a nice pop of color. Now check out this, Tori. This is fun. We've got the Laura Geller 4-piece makeup set.
Oh, I love her.
So this deal will include 3 different mascaras and 1 multitasking trio. So there are 3 different types of mascara in this set that will help mix up your look. And the multitask trio is amazing. So each of these shades can be used on your eyes, your lips, and your cheeks. So really versatile. Laura Geller products, they can be found in retail stores such as Nordstrom and Macy's. This brand is backed by celebrities like Paula Abdul, who says she cannot live without this makeup line. So get ready, because normally it's $95.
Yeah, that's a lot of makeup.
Well, Tori, we've got it for $19.99, so that's saving you guys 79%.
Steph, don't say it so loud. That's incredible. Laura Geller is incredible.
I mean, normally 1 mascara is that price, so this is a steal. Now look at this. This is so nice to be cozy at home. Tori, how cute are these?
I was looking for these.
We've got the 3-pack Nest Well plush footsies. This deal includes 3 pairs of footsies. You'll get 1 in each color. So these slippers have a memory foam inner sole and anti-skid outer sole, like this really grippy thing here.
Nice.
And with 3 in the deal, you can leave a pair upstairs, a pair downstairs, or you can be kind and share with your friends. So that's nice too. Normally this is $30.
Okay.
But we've got a 3-pack for just $12.99. So that's saving up to 57%.
I'm always chilly and I always am hot at the same time. This will solve your issues. The core part of you being cold, warm with a cute little thing, and then you can go about your day.
Well, check out what else we've got today. This is the last product of the day. We've got the Holmes Air 1 True HEPA Air Purifier Tower.
Ooh.
So this deal includes 1 air purifier and 3 replacement filters. This features a 3-stage HEPA filter to reduce 99.97% of allergens.
Oh, wow.
So this unit is perfect for medium-sized rooms like your bedroom or an office, and it's designed to circulate and filter clean air up to 188 square feet. Normally, we're talking $120 for this, but we have it for $49.99. That is saving up to 58%.
That's my happy savings dance. I love that, and I love that right now, y'all. If you're sneezing at home or if the smoke from any wildfires coming in, this is a must-have.
Absolutely.
Head on over to morningsave.com to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even just scan the QR code on screen to take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, as always, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verify viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14, there is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the Insurrection Clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic, where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. Okay, boomers and the younger generation. Allison says, couldn't find parking is my excuse that I didn't want to go in the first place.
Ooh, Allison.
I've used that for the gym before.
Have you?
Yeah, can't find one, gotta go.
Bye. Julia says, here's what boomers get right, sending thank you notes. I send thank you notes.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's a great
That's
thing.
a beautiful thing.
It is.
Class act.
It really is.
It is the biggest, most underrated thing.
It is.
It's something that should never go away.
I just made Sophie do all her thank you notes for her birthday party. We were a couple months
That's
late,
amazing.
but late better than never, right?
That's good.
And then Maxwell says,
Late better than never.
That's not the saying. Someone write that down. That was funny.
Late better than never. The old saying.
The old saying, a trip down the hill is up the river.
Maxwell says, I think bad reviews only work when there are many on the same issue.
Yes.
I read reviews looking for similar issues, and there's some good points.
Such a good point. Exactly.
Look for the trends.
Yeah, right, right. Right.
All right.
Still got 10 more seconds.
Appreciate you all for watching us today. We love
thank
you.
you from Sam.
DBL is new every day. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye, guys.
Where hope finds help. Where courage meets conviction. Where makers make fans. We are Tegna, a family of local and national media brands that bring us together, serving the greater good of our communities. Where national know-how backs local business. Be in good company with Tegna.
I mean, I go in your house and you have a lot of hip hop memorabilia.
Yes.
It's not original, but if you were.
Wow.
Do you want to move on?
The chicken has come to bite the pig in the butt.
I need a bumper sticker made out of that.
We need to see Al or Jeff doing some exercises.
Real fast, watch this.
Can you do this?
Oh my God.
Here's what we're talking about today on Daily Blast Live.
Leah Remini sues Scientology. The bombshell lawsuit that claims she was held captive by the church after Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding. LIZZO responds to the harassment and hostile work environment allegations, saying it's all sensationalized stories. Who do you believe? Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening? And comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live.
Your father won't go because he's still really mad about the war.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll.
Tori and Jeff already beginning to misbehave. Yes, they are. Welcome to DBL. Okay, so this is something that I know that we've heard about in the news cycle for quite some time, but there's a new layer to it. After years of speaking out against Scientology, Leah Remini is now suing the church. She is also suing the leader of Scientology, David Miscavige.
Correct.
She announced the lawsuit on her Instagram, posting this long press release detailing her claims of 17 years of psychological torture, defamation, surveillance, harassment, and intimidation. Leah was a member of the church for more than 35 years before she walked away in 2013. And since then, she has been speaking out against it, including on our show. Check out this clip from a couple years back.
Not everybody who has a voice uses it. And I'm a firm believer. I was a vocal Scientologist. I got people into Scientology. I promoted it most of my life. For those of us who were in the public eye and who were speaking on behalf of Scientology, getting people into Scientology, I feel that we have a responsibility to do the work when we find out that none of those things that we were doing was not only helpful but damaging and very harmful to people's lives. I think people have a responsibility to do their part.
The Church of Scientology has not yet responded to the lawsuit. So what do you think of Leah's suit and the claims that she is making against the church? I know that you have a big long list, Tori, of some information. Please provide more context.
Okay, and just to say, bravo to Leah Remini. I mean, she's doing this, it's like a David and Goliath story. They have so much money. They are Tom Cruise money, and she's doing this on her own. Right, and she was in this for 35 years. All right, so one thing that's missing is where is Shelley? Shelley, of course, is the public, David and Shelley Miscavige were the public face of Scientology. She has not been seen since 2007, okay? No one knows where she is, and at one point, during Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes' wedding, Leah said, hey, where's Shelley? And it got to be kind of weird, and things started turning, and at that point, she was sent away, Leah Remini, away to like a,
according to
Leah, to like go and work on herself in sort of a, prison-like way. And she's concerned that Shelley Miscavige is allegedly in a fortress isolated in rural Twin Peaks, California, and they think she can't get out. Like, she's literally stuck captive in a fortress. And there's also talk of a Vanity Fair article in which someone got in trouble with dating Tom Cruise at the time. She had to scrub toilets with a toothbrush. This is alleged again. Clean bathroom tiles with acid and dig ditches in the middle of the night. This is dark stuff that's happening here. We're talking kidnapping, missing people, big thing to take on by herself. Huge.
And that's the thing that scares me, Tori, is I wonder if it is going to be by herself. I mean, some of the misgivings that people have had with this church are not new information. I think the Going Clear documentary was 6 or 7 years ago it came out. The problem is, who wants to go up against the Church of Scientology?
No one.
Who wants to possibly exhaust all of their funds and now subject their people possibly to harassment and stalking? What Leah Remini is basically asking for is her life back. These people have an endless supply of money to make your life very unpleasant on a day-to-day basis, because it not only serves as a reminder for who Leah Remini has angered, but also anybody that's still inside.
Right.
It's like, we're not going away in a year. We're going to be right there. We're going to be filming you outside your window, or allegedly. We're going to be making up websites, hundreds of them, allegedly.
But other people have been intimidated on high levels before. Why is Church of Scientology, in your opinion, Jeff, getting away with this, allegedly.
Well, allegedly, we said it enough. They have people planted in all different, including the police force, lawyers, and you don't know where they're at. That's according to the documentary and Leah's show that she had. So, I mean, I love a good conspiracy.
Yeah.
The Scientology's up there with some of my favorites because nobody knows what's happening. The wife, like, why aren't more people looking for her? They tried to serve David Miscavige, the leader, that's his wife. They tried to serve him 27 different times. They can't find him now.
He's self-isolated himself.
And they've
like
also
Howard Hughes.
claimed that they've met with the wife, right?
Yeah.
If you want to say it.
No, go
please
ahead.
do.
I think this is so
That they met
interesting.
with her in a coffee shop a handful of years ago, I think back in 2013.
The
And
LAPD.
The LAPD, but then when they went to compare her fingerprints, it was so faint, and then they went to go look at the footage, and it was all scrambled.
Right.
So they don't know if they ever met with her to make sure that
Which
she
is
was
wild.
okay.
Which is
why can't they go to the fortress? I don't understand how our government picks and chooses. I know your points. Well,
Right.
if, if someone's missing,
because they infiltrated the LAPD allegedly. Again, they are at the highest levels of our Congress, of our courts, and they're not telling them why did it get case closed? Why is that missing person that Leah Remini herself had to put out in 2013? Why is that closed?
And if no one else is going up against Church of Scientology and it's just Leah Remini, talk about a David and Goliath story.
Literally.
The bravery.
Yes, but the sad part is in real life, a lot of times Goliath wins.
Yeah.
And that's the scarier thing. It's just that it's just going to be Leah, because if Leah called me and was like, hey, can you get my back in this? I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to subject. Yeah, I don't want to.
My buddy tried to go, Donovan and Goliath, tried to infiltrate my buddy Donovan, and he's like, I just want to see what's going on in there. So he went to Church of Scientology when we lived in LA and took the test. Did you take a test?
No, I went to the Church of Scientology Celebrity Center right there
on Franklin.
Across from Birds.
Yeah.
And my husband and I were so curious what happens in there, we pretended we wanted to have our wedding there. So before we could even have a conversation with their wedding planner, we had to sit and watch a movie. And afterwards, Mark was like, Mark was like all in. Because it's very,
yeah, you're right.
This was 20 years ago. You know, I've known Mark since I was in my early 20s. It's very, specifically, I don't want to say towards disenfranchised people, but it's manipulative. They know how to indoctrinate a person through that 15-minute video, just enough to get you to go to a meeting.
Yeah.
And then that meeting turns into another meeting and another meeting. And then all of a sudden you confess your secrets, because they do tell you in order to be a Scientologist, you have to get everything out. And then others allege that once you confess all those secrets, that they use those allegedly later on as blackmail. So you're trapped.
You're right.
So it's dangling that carrot that looks really golden and great. They even found out I was an actress at the time. And they were like, oh, we have this casting director, we have that casting director, this person's in Church of... It's very, very enticing.
Wow.
Very observant.
To finish my story,
out of her third eye.
Donovan didn't get in.
No.
They wouldn't allow him in?
No, they denied him, and he lied. He tried to make it seem like he was like, playing along,
Maybe they
brainwashed.
sniffed him out.
They sniffed him out.
He was
And they
too
turned-
good to be true.
They turned him away.
Wow.
Yeah, or did they?
They
Or did
want
they?
flaws.
Or is he in?
Or is he? Or am I?
Oh my God.
Don't even,
that would
Jeff.
explain a lot.
That would. All right, coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live. What's the weirdest thing that's happened to her on tour? And Mark Zuckerberg leaves his wife fuming after building an octagon in his backyard. Is the cage match with Elon Musk really happening?
DBL, this show is amazing.
There's a lot going on down here.
I would have been part of the Mile High Club.
Yeah.
So on point. But I'm gonna have a conversation about what's happening now.
That place on in like not Hermosa, but like Manhattan Beach. You know what I'm
Oh,
talking
I
about?
didn't know that.
Yeah, he's got a giant plate.
Because
Zuckerberg.
he does like to surf.
Yeah, so when I walk, like when my friends there, like that's Zuckerberg's house.
Nuh-uh.
In
Is
like
it
Manhattan
one of
Beach.
his places?
One of his
And
places,
what-
but he's on the Strand. It's huge. It looks like almost a restaurant.
Yeah.
In like, because you could see in. I'm talking about if you're walking like in the Strand in
Yeah.
like Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach area. He's got a place right on the Strand, so it's on the beach. But I mean, there's like different. It looks like it's so big. It looks like a restaurant. His
super
patio.
protected?
No, you can look right in.
That's
yeah.
weird.
Because those houses are right there.
On the beach.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember the surfing picture of him with all zinc on his face?
It's close to the 90210 beach house.
No way.
Yeah.
Name the restaurant.
Ooh.
At
Beach
90210?
Pit?
Yeah. Name the waiter.
Oh, Joe Itata.
Wow.
Tony Tata.
Yeah, Joe Itata. He passed away a couple of years
What's
ago.
his name on the show?
Nate.
Oh,
But
wow.
I gave the real name.
I like
Wow, that was
That's
very
proper,
impressive.
Very proper.
Is that your most, like, were you the most excited to watch when you were, like, a teen?
No, I watched that. Yeah, I watched that in college, and I remember
Favorite character?
Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
Steve?
Yeah.
I thought it would be
I like
Jason
Dylan.
Priestley.
No way.
I know you would like
Jason
Dylan.
Priestley.
Yeah, dude. Who do you think I am?
Oh my god, I thought he was like the cool jockey
Brandon?
dude.
No, Brandon was a square.
Oh,
Yeah.
he was?
Dylan.
What's up? How's your white bread sandwich?
Oh my god, it's
Do you
delicious.
like
Thank you.
Brenda or Kelly?
Brenda or Kelly? They're both dirty birds. I like.
Is that Shannon Doherty?
I like Tiffany Amber coming in and spicing it up.
Tyson or whatever. She is
Tyson.
hot. Remember on Saved by the Bell, there was a character named Tori? I got really.
You are a Tory.
Welcome back to DBL. As you may have heard, Mark Zuckerberg has been busy training for his big Battle of the Billionaires fight against Elon Musk. Well, now he's revealed he built an octagon ring in his backyard, but his wife Priscilla doesn't seem to be happy about it. Mark posted this text exchange showing his enthusiasm for the new octagon, saying it looks awesome. Priscilla responded with Mark, then followed up by saying, she's been working on that grass for 2 years. I so get this. So what do you think of it? And how do you and your spouse handle house projects that you don't see eye to eye on?
That was such a married people conversation because he's like, did you see it? And she just goes, yes, I saw it. She didn't like fill in like, I love it or I hate it. And he's like, so? And she was like, Jeff. Just like when you get the one name, you know you're in trouble.
I would have had a different response. Like, just fill in the blank. Do you know how much money we have?
We'll get new grass.
Yeah.
We'll get new grass. Yeah,
How about I
right.
get you a whole new house?
I feel like this could be
there.
happening at the Schroeder house, though. Same with you as well. Your
yeah.
husband's a builder.
Oh, yeah.
Any
My husband collects cats and monitors. If you go in our basement, there's monitors everywhere. And it's just like
Cats and monitors.
Yeah, when I leave town, I feel like we always get a new cat. So, but the house project thing, I think we align eye to eye on.
You just skipped over that whole
I know.
Yeah.
I feel like
There's a lot
reason-
Band name,
I haven't
Cats
been-
and monitors.
I haven't been to Sam's in a while. I think you're running a little ASPCA there.
Nope, still the same amount of cats.
How many?
Well, we originally had 5. We've lost a couple through old age. We now have 3.
Is it Kit
Mark
cat?
wants to get another cat, but we might wait a little bit. Yeah, but I feel like when it comes to house projects, I feel like you and Jordan do.
I got to follow the cat story?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah, Jordan gets mad at me for
Like
things
what?
that I do. You know what? Here's like a little therapy session. I have this fire pit, right, outside.
I love a good fire pit.
I love a good fire
love
pit,
a good
right?
fire
And
pit.
I'm an outside guy,
Yeah.
so I like a good fire going. Some of the sparks leaked over onto our patio furniture. Jordan is not happy about the patio furniture, except we've been there 3 years, and she might have been outside 3 times.
Oh.
But I still get zinged every time she goes out there and like, remember that couch you burned? I'm like, it's part of the, you know what I mean? You got to crack a couple eggs if you want an omelet.
Now, what are we talking about with a burn? Are we talking about like an unusable, or is it like
a cinder spot?
Yeah.
Like an ember spot?
Yeah, like a fun spot.
A fun little ember
fire
spot.
pit do you have that's shooting out embers left and right?
I put a lot of meat in there.
What?
Wood.
Do you cook with your
we've
fire
gotten
pit?
to the bottom. No, I don't know.
That
I
would
just,
be weird.
I do like a good fire
I was
pit,
trying
though.
to beat the cat story.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job.
You did.
Oh, we got, 45 minutes left?
Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
Coming up on DBL, comedian Kathleen Madigan will be here live. Up there she is.
She's not impressed with our conversation.
Yep.
Cats and
We
monitors.
can't wait to talk with her next.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verify viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says heat is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace their batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says heat is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. Our next guest was a journalist in St. Louis when she decided one night to go to a comedy club and try an open mic. Now she's been making us laugh for 35 years as one of the most beloved comics on the planet. Take a look.
We can afford 4 purses. My mom points in the class and looks at this super beautiful French woman. She goes, "I would like to buy." I'm like, oh my God. You did not just say that like that. And she goes, "Shut up, Kathleen, shut up, you're cynical. I would like to buy 1 papillon."
I love it. Please welcome to the show, Kathleen Madigan.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. All right, I have a question for you. We are now in a new era where we've been talking about this. People are throwing things at performers on stage. Do you have a game plan? I can't believe I have to ask this. If someone hits you in the face with their phone.
What would I do?
Yeah.
Well, I would run away. I don't understand the throwing things back.
Right.
Although I will say Cardi B has a mean left hand.
She does.
I mean, she threw that wow. I was like, and left-handed like a professional baseball player. That was amazing. But I'm also like, a drink isn't as heavy as a mic. Those microphones are heavy. That's like throwing a hammer.
Yeah.
No, I would not get involved. Like, my dad's a lawyer. I know when a lawsuit's about to start. I'm out of there.
She's just
Bye-bye.
all,
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm out. I'm out.
You can feel it like rain in the air, like, oh, this is a lawsuit coming. Let me stop.
Yeah, I feel it. It's all starting, and this is just the first page of the indictment. I'm not doing it. I'm out. Yeah. I mean, I'll come back when they throw the person out.
Yeah.
And then whatever. But like it's probably normal to react.
Yeah.
But to throw it back, like some lady jumped on stage just to slide me a greeting card, and I'm like, you didn't. Yeah, you could have just given that to an usher. You know, you didn't need to go through all that. And she was not really in shape, so only half of her body got on stage, and the other half was kind of it was a hashtag fail. Yeah. But I mean, that was a nice fan. They were just trying to give me a greeting card. Like this whole thing of throwing drinks and that guy who threw his phone. What is the matter with you? That's worth $1,000. You just threw your personal effects that you're not getting back, on top of the fact you're going to jail. I mean, how much beer do you have to drink for that to sound like a good idea?
I'm in shock that we're even discussing this. I was looking at the clip we showed of you, and you that looked like you were taping your This Is Not Happening on Comedy Central.
That's exactly what that was.
That's cool. Yeah, I taped one too, but I can't wait to hear your story because you're such a storyteller. I grew up listening to you and buying your CDs and albums, so it's an honor to talk to you. You are currently on tour, so I got to get to this. Please tell our audience, what is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you on tour? Because we've already discussed a little bit.
Well, one of the weirdest things actually was, so back in the day when you start comedy, you got to do all these one-nighters, and they're usually in kind of questionable bars. Let's say questionable is a good word. And it was somewhere in the middle of Kansas, and the guy had chicken wire all around the stage, what would be a stage, I suppose. And I said, what's up with the chicken wire? Because it was me and another comedian. He goes, well, last week, a comedian took a beer bottle to the head, and I can't afford that kind of trouble. So I said, okay, well, you know, I got to make my $75. But then no one came, like no people, 0 people except, and he goes, then you're going to do your act for me. I was like, okay. So I stood behind chicken wire and told jokes to one bar owner, and I got my $75 and left. But I'm like, that's the strangest. Like, and back then, people weren't throwing things. Not that I knew of. I mean, I hadn't heard anything. And this guy really put up the chicken wire like I was actually a hen out, like a chicken. I mean, it was secure. It was secure. It was very secure. But I still thought a beer bottle can go over that. That's
a good point.
I don't think he thought it. He didn't think it through very well.
I think he just saw Roadhouse once, and he was like, yeah, this helps.
Yeah,
I
totally.
had a very similar gig. I was doing a college gig, and, you know, they're contractual, and they booked it in the cafeteria. Like 10 minutes after lunch was over, so everyone was at class, and we still had to do the show, and like the MC would bring us up. There was no one in there except for the people cleaning, and I was like, we sped through our jokes when we got off. The guy was like, oh, you guys are supposed to do an hour and a half. And like was sticking to the time for no one. But these gigs are very strange, so I can't wait to talk to you further about it. But yes, it's a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, that's also why I quit the college gigs, because I felt like I was in the cafeteria. Not only did I feel like I was not doing well, I was actively bothering people.
Yes.
And I'm like, you know, I can't. These kids are trying to study, and I'm like, hey, have you seen this movie on Dateline? Like, I mean, no.
They don't tell people the show is starting. They're just like, you go, where's the show? And they go, it's in the cafeteria. The mic is on the floor. And they're like, pick it up and start telling jokes. And you're like, that's not how a show starts. That's not anything.
That's how it starts for them, because some kid planned it and then they leave. I love the kid who always books it. It's like, okay, fine, have fun, bye. I'm like, oh, no, you don't get to leave. If I have to be in this kind of pain, you need to stay.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're stuck for 45 minutes. You're stuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, beats class. Kathleen, thank you so much.
Right.
DBL Nation, you can see Kathleen on the Box Wine and Tiny Banjos tour going on right now. Get your tickets at KATHLEENMADIGAN.com. Thank you again, Kathleen. Congratulations on all your success.
Thanks,
we'll be right back.
That's funny.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verify viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14, there is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the Insurrection Clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Welcome back. We want to give a birthday shout out to Martha Stewart. The lifestyle guru turns 82 today. Her company page posted this throwback photo of Martha back in her modern days. I love that. Look at that hair. I love her hair, her look, all of it.
She always had a very strong style and a strong sense of self. And I heard a very interesting rumor that when she was in jail, she wanted to do something and bide her time. No, get this. She found a way to take sheets and other material, and she taught the women how to hand sew ponchos.
I think that's a true story.
Yeah, jail ponchos, and they could wear them in the yard when it was raining. And she sort of Martha Stewarted herself in jail to the rest.
All the street cred from every single person.
And they all wore ponchos, and she still has, and says those women she's still very close with, and still they like, you know?
Yeah, till they get out. Yeah, but I mean, because I'm sure they try and hit her
Martha,
up. Like,
I tried to call you. The number's wrong.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know.
Where's your poncho? I think that's cool that she's constantly always been that way.
I've always said this about Martha Stewart. Everybody talks about tough guys in jail, tough guys in court. Martha Stewart did not snitch on anybody.
She sure didn't.
She took that rap. She didn't take the plea. She went to jail like a G. Shout out. She
Martha,
did.
right.
Little Kim didn't snitch either, and she went to jail too.
If you're leaving us, you can watch the second half of the show online. Watch on YouTube, dailyblastlive.com, or our DBL mobile app. But if you get the second half of the show where you are, here is what's ahead. Beyonce is getting slammed for selling tickets to her show that have absolutely no view of the stage. Would you ever pay to go to a concert like this? And Lizzo is denying the allegations from her former dancers. Who do you believe?
The incandescent light bulb was invented by Thomas Edison more than 100 years ago. It passes electricity through a filament to give off light, but it also gives off heat, making it pretty inefficient. LED bulbs use much less energy and have a much longer lifespan, making them far more efficient. And now, a new federal regulation is taking effect to help reduce energy usage by curbing the use of incandescents. But does the new rule actually ban all incandescent light bulbs? Let's verify. Our sources are the Department of Energy, GE Lighting, the EPA, and the Code of Federal Regulations. In 2007, President George W. Bush signed into law a bill called the Energy Independence and Security Act. One of its many provisions was to regulate what kinds of light bulbs can be made and sold in the U.S. And the law instructed the Department of Energy to update those regulations over time. Under President Obama, the DOE proposed an update raising the efficiency requirements, effectively banning the sale of many incandescent bulbs. That proposal was killed under President Trump, but brought back under President Biden and is now in effect. But two important bits of context here. One, the law doesn't make it illegal to own or buy these kinds of bulbs. The DOE will, however, begin to gradually fine manufacturers, importers, distributors, and retailers who keep making and selling banned bulbs. Secondly, there are a lot of exceptions. These include three-way bulbs, car headlights, black lights, lights for appliances, and plant lamps. In general, specialty bulbs can still be incandescent. The ban is focused on general service bulbs. So we can verify, no, the new light bulb rule will not ban all incandescent lights. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
This is Daily Blast Live. We're talking about what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get real.
No. Y'all, just stop.
This is a sham.
It's finally here. Drum roll. Welcome to DBL. Lizzo is giving her side of the story after being sued by 3 former dancers. We've been talking about this on the show. The dancers filed a lawsuit against Lizzo, her company, and a dance captain, claiming they were weight-shamed, sexually harassed, and subjected to a hostile work environment. In a statement on Instagram, Lizzo called the allegations false and, quote, too outrageous not to be addressed. She went on to say, quote, these sensationalized stories are coming from former employees who have already publicly admitted that they were told their behavior on tour was inappropriate and unprofessional. She went on to say, with passion comes hard work and high standards. Sometimes I have to make hard decisions, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued as an important part of my team. Lizzo also denied criticizing or terminating an employee because of their weight. Okay, so we've been talking about this story, Jeff. We've been wanting to hear Lizzo's side. What do you think now?
I'd like you to kick things off because I thought you had an interesting take, and I thought I'd smash that take.
Yeah, I feel like it's a trap, and I'm walking straight into that trap. I'll be very honest, and somebody already wrote, you know what, I don't care, oh, here it is, trying to be useful, wrote, I don't care how Lizzo lives her life. And I was like, my first thought was like, I want to listen and believe the women, and I also really like and want to believe Lizzo. And I want to believe that she didn't do that because she represents a lot of things I believe in, and I want to think of her as the one in my head who's this great woman for big girls and positivity. And then I also don't want to disbelieve these multiple amount of women coming forward saying we had to do some weird things in Amsterdam in a sex show. I mean, these are bad allegations. So I want to believe both. I know that's a terrible answer, but it's true.
You veered from your first
No,
answer
I want to believe Lizzo didn't do this.
Just to catch everybody up, we do multiple shows. Your first take was, I believe these 3 women got together in a conspiracy.
I'm worried these people got disgruntled,
Lizzo.
right? And
Right.
I'm like in my head, I was like, maybe they just got disgruntled. You're right.
Right, which
Right.
I thought was ridiculous, and
Right.
we're having a good conversation about it. To have that take, if I gave that take about a man that was accused of the very same things as Lizzo, we'd have a talk. Me and my boss would have a talk after the show because you can't say that. I've learned, or I shouldn't say I've learned because I haven't learned anything through cancel culture. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. We're coming out of that a little bit to believe all women. Now we're saying don't believe 3 women. So I don't know where the truth lies in this cancel correction culture because we played by a certain set of rules for the past 3 years. A lot of people lost their jobs based on allegations less than this, and they no longer have a job. I personally have lost some work for things. Right? But now, because it's Lizzo, we believe Lizzo and what she's saying, and it's, you got to be tough in the corporation. Where are the rules? What rules are we playing by, and are they different for each and every individual based on sexuality, race? Are they all different? And the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
And especially in a situation like this, the phrase like believe all women comes from a good place.
It does.
It comes from a place that women for a long time were not listened to at all. The crimes against them were not reported or talked about or discussed or given merit.
Yeah, the
it comes
historical
from a good
context
place.
of that is important.
But that is such a general statement that we have to talk about nuance, which is sadly what everything is and the part that everybody wants to not talk about because it's much more difficult than believe all women. Oh, let's get lunch. When you start talking about nuance in this situation, would I find it shocking that I found out that 3 employees that were not doing well on the job and being reprimanded might find a situation such as a sex show that they went to, which if everything was going great, they probably wouldn't mention, but if they lose their job, they might. Could I find that a plausible scenario? Absolutely. Can I find it a plausible scenario that Lizzo, who is putting on a visual aesthetic to hundreds of thousands of people, may want to have some say over what the people behind her look like? No different than if it was the Rockettes or Beyonce or whoever, whatever, backup dancers. Yes, I can understand that as well. But when you start just saying she called them fat and they called them, like that's when you, there's no way to navigate that because it's too vague and it doesn't, none of it rings true.
That's falling back into cancel culture.
Right.
I do think cancel culture did serve its purpose. I do agree with you that it may have gone too far where you have like the Aziz Ansaris and stuff that got mixed into the Harvey Weinsteins.
Right.
A lot of those people deserved to lose their jobs. Some of them did not, though that was the collateral damage of that movement. Looking at Lizzo here, I think when it comes to corporations in general, every corporation deals with a disgruntled employee or maybe that employee's perception is actual factual and Lizzo's is factual. And then
Both are true
there
in
needs to
some
be an investigation. Because Lizzo's in the limelight, we're going to hear every single detail of it. And that's not fair. It's not. And a lot of these entertainers, their corporations, they go out after their performance with their dancers. I have friends that are dancers. And yes, they already are on a high physically. I'm not talking about drugs here. They're already on a high from being on stage, and it's hard for them to just go back to their hotel room, so they go out. And I think that's where it gets murky. In 2023, you can't play that anymore. You just can't, because there's going to be a mixture of perceptions, and if you add alcohol into the mix and environments that aren't conducive to a normal working environment, you're going to have some backlash. That's just the way it is.
And it's just very interesting, a dilemma for these corporations. When I say these corporations, I'm talking about where you work and where we've all worked. I don't care if we're talking about Chili's or teachers or whatever. Can we as co-workers go out and enjoy an alcoholic beverage together? Because if something happens, you can take what happened on your private time and bring that back to HR on company time. So now are we talking about no holiday parties, no Halloween, no Tori's birthday? Is that the world we want to live in? I don't know, but I feel like the corporations don't care and they'll just end it.
Cancel culture created that environment.
Yes.
That's what happened. That is the repercussion
to a certain extent.
of the
Correcting. But cancel culture also saved a lot of people with accountability.
You're right. The Bill Cosbys, the Harvey Weinsteins, of course.
Right.
But it went so far that big corporations, including networks and major companies, took on that approach and like,
it's a
sorry,
liability.
buddy, we got to let you go. Otherwise, it's us. It's way too far. And now we're not doing the same repercussions for people that we have in the past.
I think we're starting to have discernment. I hope we are.
What about all the people that lost work and don't have a job anymore because of that culture? And that's the repercussions. No Christmas party.
No,
thanks for ruining it for everybody.
Hanukkah parties too. Hanukkah parties as well. Huh?
Yeah.
Latkes.
Yeah, we celebrate both in our home.
That's
yes,
right.
Tori, you got it. Okay, we're moving on to Beyonce. Beyonce fans are slamming the concert promoter of her world tour for selling no-view tickets. One fan posted their ticket on TikTok, which said it was a listening-only seat with no view of the stage. These tickets are reportedly being sold for nearly $160. Taylor Swift has been selling obstructed view tickets for her Eras tour, but in some cases, fans can still see the stage and the video screen of the show. What do you think about this, buying a ticket that you don't even get to see the performer or the stage?
Well, they tell you you won't see it. It's not like a scratch off, like when you get there, oh, I got no view. No one told me. What'd you get? Floor seats. See you later.
That would be a great idea. Scratch off tickets. Everyone gets the same price. $50.
That is
and you scratch off, you're like, oh man,
that's good. That's good.
If I'm gonna pick
the performer?
That'd be great.
But honestly, what is the anger about this? I think if we're like, we are the biggest Beyonce fans that have ever lived, between the four of us, we don't have enough money to buy one ticket. But we can't get four obstructed or no view tickets. I think a real crazy fan would go do that. And there are diehard fans. Clearly, people are buying them. Why can't they sell them?
I don't think it's a crazy fan. I think, what do you go for at the concert? Yeah, you go, but the person's this big. You go for the energy.
Yeah, you do. You do.
You go for the vibes.
You do go to see the artist.
No, you're right. There's a 2.3 seismic quake in Seattle from the Taylor Swift fans in that
Jumping
stadium.
up and down in that stadium.
2.3 seismic quake.
That's not very big.
She moved the earth. She moved the earth.
I want to be a part of that quake.
That's right.
This is
you
how
are part of that
insane
quake.
society has become.
You are a part of that quake.
I am a part of that quake.
I'm going to go and deal with 50,000 morons at a concert that I have to rub arms with. And I can't even see the show, and I'm paying $160.
No, then don't buy the ticket.
I think there'll be a lot less people in that section. You could probably move your arms a little bit over there.
But I mean, you can't pay me to go into a crowd. Now I'm paying to do it, and I can't even see the performer?
No, I think it's actually very few people, I imagine. That you have the whole place to yourself in a way.
Oh, it's like a little private party.
What if that? Yeah.
And then who knows if she doesn't want to pluck you and put you in the front?
How would she know you're back there?
She knows because she's Beyonce.
Yeah, follow the extension cord to me in the back. Come get me, Beyonce.
All right, coming up on DBL, is there anything that the younger generation and boomers can agree on? We're talking all about it next.
Our viewers are talking about DBL. Yes!
I like that.
Leaves me speechless and like blushing.
Thank you. That's emotional. Do I want to sit there and watch them? Yes, I do.
So fun.
Jeff, pitch your idea. Go ahead.
Well, I just did.
Okay, that's true.
We have a little. I think it'd be cool to have a concert.
So just a reminder, we're
$50
going over things that younger people agree with about. Sam is going to read
Just
it.
say
There's
Tory.
a full screen, quick discuss
not a
between
bit-
each one. You guys are saying whether you agree or disagree with.
Okay.
We love you.
Perfect. Thank you,
Millennial.
Brianna.
Scratch off concert tickets.
Exactly.
Agree
so,
or disagree?
Totally agree.
I
Oh,
think
you do?
You need the
I
option
love
to
that
buy
idea.
it.
It would be a gimmick, though. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
yeah.
A one-off.
Yeah,
Do you want to pick
yeah.
your seat or do you want to roll the dice? So
No,
to
but
speak?
just do it one.
Southwest or
one-
United?
$50. All tickets
Everyone
are
pays
$50.
the same.
Not all. No.
All.
No, I want
Do you guys remember Hotwire?
You gotta take the risk.
Jeff,
Totally.
Jeff, do you remember
Because I'm going to pay the
Hotwire?
money to be VIP.
Where you guys
You
would
go to
put
one
your
of the other shows. It's
Yeah.
Chris,
I like
it's
the
Hotwire.
gamble.
Do you remember you
wanna
put your
gamble?
money in and you wouldn't know what airline you would get? Down
Yeah,
that
and it would
app, it was
tell
like
you.
10 years ago.
I do remember that.
Wait,
And he'd
what?
tell you after you bought it.
And you would have to be like, oh, I'm going to United.
And it would be like hotels too. You wouldn't know. You'd be like Holiday Inn Express. All
Yeah.
right.
I've done that with
But they were
hotels.
Right.
cheap.
Like in a different city.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, you'd have to go to a whole. Yes.
Yeah.
It was a nightmare.
So you could. What if you did? What if you could?
Man, I forgot all about it.
That's single person though.
If it
Well,
were.
that's broke.
Yeah, it's bro.
God,
I need to get to LA and I don't care if I'm
One
riding
app
with the
where
dogs.
the day of you can look at the hotels in your vicinity.
Hotel Tonight.
Love that.
Hotels Tonight.
The day of.
It's a great app.
In the
Oh, you know what
vicinity,
else is
pick it.
it?
You
That
can
night.
stay at the Ritz-Carlton sometimes for $200.
Yeah.
And you know what else is a great app? Game Time.
Because they
game? Oh, yeah.
It's a game time
Tonight
for
will pop
events,
any
sporting
open-
events, concerts.
What does it do?
They
Get you
can
tickets?
It just lowers the
And
prices
then
because they
hard
need to get
time
rid of them.
risking.
Hotel
You know what I mean?
makes
If I-
some money.
you know, I don't-
Hotels Tonight.
What?
Risking that
Every
there'll be a
city.
good seat.
I love that.
Welcome back. It's rare for different generations to agree on things like finances, parenting styles, and a bunch of other topics. But let's take a look at what younger people actually agree with boomers about. So first, touchscreens do not need to be on everything. What's wrong with buttons and knobs? Ovens do not need touchscries. I agree with that.
Yeah, my fridge doesn't need to be a touchscreen.
You have a touchscreen fridge?
No, of course not. I know. Well, slow
I
down.
gotta renegotiate my contract.
Pump the brakes, okay? What I mean is, I don't need it to be like, you are out of apples. Like, I got it. Like, I choose
Your fridge
when I'm
talks too?
No, I'm saying if there are those type
The
of smart
smart
fridges.
Have you seen those?
I don't know.
They'll tell you you're low on milk.
I don't go shopping for.
All right, we have others to get to. Next, we have being on time for a reservation and then having to wait is ridiculous. Amen. Okay, you show up to your favorite place.
Next.
In Chicago. You show up to your favorite place in Chicago.
I swear I was not listening. I was
Okay, so
focused on-
a reservation, you got a time, 7:30. They say, all right, I'll be about 20 minutes.
It's so annoying.
What's wrong?
How do you feel
Have a
about
drink at
that?
the bar.
Oh my God,
Thank
really?
you, Jeff. I'm with Jeff.
You don't like it?
They
What?
can't control when people get up and leave.
Don't overbook.
They're not overbooking, but they have an idea of how long somebody's going to sit there. But if
Dude,
they
I don't
sit there
want
another
to sit
hour,
at the bar, especially if I'm not drinking. I don't want to sit at the bar. I want to
Crowded
sit
bar.
down and have my meal and go home.
And that's 25 extra bucks I don't want to spend
Yes.
since I made my responsibility of making that reservation last week.
Thank
because
you.
I can make it, and you should have
you
planned
made
better.
a reservation a week.
Oh, you have to be weeks in advance.
For certain restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
So how do you feel about if you're late? You're 45 minutes late. Do you have to pay a fine?
No, but I don't get the table. That's
Yeah,
fair.
they give it away after 15
You
minutes.
can take the
Most
table.
restaurants
Take
do.
the table.
Wow, you guys go out to eat and talking fridges?
Okay.
Bert?
I'm made of money.
Let's talk about concerts next. Concerts should absolutely start on time. It's not cool to start an hour late. Agree.
That's
The Lauryn Hill issue, I think, and I
Well,
don't
not
mean to
just
call her
Lauryn
out,
Hill.
but it's called because she was always like notoriously showed up late. What if you're like Madonna always shows up like 2 hours late?
Madonna has notoriously
Right.
showed up late.
We
A
don't need
lot of
examples.
performers do.
Okay, sorry. You guys get late. Got it.
I don't like it. You got a babysitter you got to pay. I don't want to go home at 1 in the morning.
right, but I'm surprised that all generations agree on this. I think there is like some like young punk rock thing about just like
No,
the band just comes
no,
out.
no.
When you're young and 20,
No, don't
Not
throw-
these people. They want to get it in, get it out, go.
Okay, Chris said next. And what about?
We have to talk.
There should be no phones at concerts. You know what? That's on the person.
but that person affects you.
Why?
If
Is
the
there,
person was filming next to me the entire time, it would affect
It
my I'm not
affected
saying it would
Kelly.
ruin it.
Okay.
But it would affect my time.
All right, next. If there's no parking nearby, I'm not doing it. What do you guys feel about that? No park.
No parking, you're not doing what? You're not going?
Yeah, they're not going. I think that's a little
insane.
ridiculous. Fine parking. Go, walk
around.
Walk.
Yes.
Walk.
Pray to
Put in a
St.
little
Anthony and
energy.
drive around. That's what we do.
We were hunters and gatherers. Now we can't walk.
When have you hunted or gathered anything?
I had picked raspberries this morning.
Or went for a walk.
Yeah,
I did both this morning.
raspberries are fairly stationary, but we got it.
Here's a good one. Having to download an app for everything is annoying, especially these new parking meter apps. What are you
that's
talking
dumb.
about?
Yeah. That is dumb.
I can't just put coins in or a credit card?
Or to watch a menu. I don't want to download an app to look at a menu. Give me a menu.
I don't want to sign up for anything.
Me too.
I'm done getting my fake email and fake phone number. Just give me the thing.
Right.
Yep. Okay, last one.
I want a burger.
Music everywhere, too loud. Yes.
Really?
Too loud. I need to talk to you. Too loud.
Yeah. Okay.
That just shows how old.
Yeah, that sounds a little old
thing.
to us.
I feel like Sam goes home and writes Yelp reviews about the music.
I've never once.
About
written
a coffee shop just trying to make it in the neighborhood. Sam's
not at all.
Acoustic set was very noisy.
And the parking wasn't close enough for my liking.
I actually will only write a Yelp review if it's positive. I'm not taking down any small businesses. That's something I would not do.
Agree with you. I just wrote a very good one for, I won't give out, but I wrote a great one, and I wrote.
Why won't you give it out?
It's a good
Train
one.
Pros. Efron is a master plumber. You gotta get him. He's so good.
Have
and
you
I wrote
written
a great
bad
review.
reviews?
Be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know you have.
I have.
I said I spent $400 at a restaurant, and it tasted like not good.
Ran out of adjectives.
No, I had another adjective.
Your post?
No, but it was
$400 at a restaurant.
Yeah, it was my birthday.
Bert! We need to talk contracts for real. Talking fridges, $400 meals.
I know.
I don't have children.
Jeez, we'll be right back.
You can write a negative.
I'm not going to be here.
I
I'm going on
trust Yelp.
strike.
The sound of a car starting. We don't think much of it until one day we go to start the engine and nothing happens, making us feel, well, just like this. And if you're anything like me, this only happens when you're running late in the dead of winter. But for Verify viewers Mia and Julia, they're wondering if they should be concerned about dead batteries in the summer. So let's verify. Is the summer weather worse for car batteries than winter? Our sources are AAA, Jiffy Lube of Southern California, and Firestone. AAA says heat is the #1 culprit of battery failure. It estimates drivers in the coldest parts of the U.S. will need to replace their batteries about every 5 years, but batteries in the warmest parts of the country will need replacement after about 3.5 years. Jiffy Lube says heat is particularly tough on batteries because it can cause battery fluid to evaporate, which can lessen its ability to hold the charge over time. Firestone explains the evaporating fluid can also speed up the corrosion process. So, yes, the summer weather is worse for car batteries than the winter. Since the damage happens slowly over time, your battery may not give out on you until months later, at the most inopportune time. Firestone recommends parking in the shade or in a garage to help extend the life of your battery because it keeps your car cooler. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
Are you skeptical of headlines and what you see on social media? We are too. The Verify newsletter helps you distinguish between true and false information by answering your questions. It provides fast facts on trending topics, spotlights major stories, and even includes a daily fun fact for all those trivia buffs out there. Get Verify's fast facts delivered every weekday to your email inbox. Go to verifythis.com/email to check it out.
Welcome back. We've got some great products from our friends at Morning Save. Check them out.
Steph, hit us with the good stuff. What do you have?
Hi, Tori. Hey, DBL Nation. I am super excited to show off all of the deals today. As ever, they're fabulous. Get ready to fall in love with what we've got. Yes. Check this out. We have got the Cuisinart ceramic non-stick cutlery set with this very snazzy acrylic block.
That looks rad.
I love it. So this deal includes one chef's knife, one slicing knife, one bread knife, one santoku knife, one utility knife, one paring knife, and one acrylic block.
Ooh.
So what's amazing about this is the color-coded design is awesome because it helps you keep track of what you are cutting to avoid any cross-contamination.
Smart.
And it comes with a lifetime warranty.
Thank you.
Cuisinart really stand by their products, so for less than $35, you are going to get a lifetime of 9.
Ta-da!
So normally this is $92, but we're about to blow you away because we've got it for $32.99 today. So that is saving 64%.
I'm blown away. That is fantastic. And guys,
I love
acrylic
it.
blocks, clear, that will be in trend forever. That's a classic.
It looks so cool. I've got a bright white kitchen, so this is really going to add a nice pop of color. Now check out this, Tori. This is fun. We've got the Laura Geller 4-piece makeup set.
Oh, I love her.
So this deal will include 3 different mascaras and 1 multitasking trio. So there are 3 different types of mascara in this set that will help mix up your look. And the multitask trio is amazing. So each of these shades can be used on your eyes, your lips, and your cheeks. So really versatile. Laura Geller products, they can be found in retail stores such as Nordstrom and Macy's. This brand is backed by celebrities like Paula Abdul, who says she cannot live without this makeup line. So get ready, because normally it's $95.
Yeah, that's a lot of makeup.
Well, Tori, we've got it for $19.99, so that's saving you guys 79%.
Steph, don't say it so loud. That's incredible. Laura Geller is incredible.
I mean, normally 1 mascara is that price, so this is a steal. Now look at this. This is so nice to be cozy at home. Tori, how cute are these?
I was looking for these.
We've got the 3-pack Nest Well plush footsies. This deal includes 3 pairs of footsies. You'll get 1 in each color. So these slippers have a memory foam inner sole and anti-skid outer sole, like this really grippy thing here.
Nice.
And with 3 in the deal, you can leave a pair upstairs, a pair downstairs, or you can be kind and share with your friends. So that's nice too. Normally this is $30, but we've got a 3-pack for just $12.99. So that's saving up to 57%.
I'm always chilly and I always am hot at the same time. This will solve your issues. The core part of you being cold, warm with a cute little thing, and then you can go about your day.
Well, check out what else we've got today. This is the last product of the day. We've got the Homes Air 1 True HEPA Air Purifier Tower.
Ooh.
So this deal includes 1 air purifier and 3 replacement filters. This features a 3-stage HEPA filter to reduce 99.97% of allergens.
Oh, wow.
So this unit is perfect for medium-sized rooms like your bedroom or an office, and it's designed to circulate and filter clean air up to 188 square feet. Normally, we're talking $120 for this, but we have it for $49.99. That is saving up to 58%.
That's my happy savings dance. I love that, and I love that right now, y'all. If you're sneezing at home or if the smoke from any wildfires coming in, this is a must-have.
Absolutely.
Head on over to morningsave.com to snag all these amazing deals at the lowest prices, or you can even just scan the QR code on screen to take you directly to these products on Morning Save's website. Steph, as always, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Former President Donald Trump is now facing federal charges related to his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And with this latest indictment comes questions about how these new charges could impact his run to reclaim the White House. Verify viewer David emailed us to ask if the 14th Amendment could potentially keep Trump from serving in office. Section 3 of the amendment is commonly known as the Insurrection Clause, and it gives Congress the power to ban public officials from holding office if they, quote, have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. Constitution. So let's verify. Does the Insurrection Clause of the 14th Amendment apply to former President Trump? Our sources are the 14th Amendment, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, and 2 constitutional law experts. This claim needs context. Our experts say it's an untested legal gray area. The clause has never been invoked for a president, and there are several things that would need to be clarified. First, the Supreme Court would need to rule on whether the clause can be applied to a president. Section 3 lists the public officials who can be banned from office if they engage in insurrection. Members of Congress, members of state legislatures, and officers of the United States are included. The president isn't, but could he be considered an officer? Some legal experts argue that Chief Justice Roberts said the answer is no when he issued an opinion in a different case in 2010. In that opinion, Roberts mentioned that officers of the United States are by definition appointed, not elected. But he didn't specifically say that means the president can't be considered an officer.
For purposes of Section 3 of Article 14. There is no certified answer by the United States Supreme Court for this question.
Second, the 14th Amendment doesn't say how whether someone engaged in insurrection is determined. In the past, criminal convictions, civil actions, and even acts of Congress have served as proof. So in theory, a judge or Congress would have to explicitly state that Trump is ineligible for office under the Insurrection Clause. And then the Supreme Court would have to uphold that decision. But even if that happens, another part of the amendment says Congress can exempt someone from disqualification and let them take office with a 2/3 vote of each house. With your Verify, I'm Casey Decker.
Of alcohol-related deaths is rising faster among women than men. Let's connect the dots. CDC researchers found that while men are more likely to die from alcohol, the gender gap is closing. Exactly why is still unclear, but researchers say more women are drinking alcohol, especially in the wake of the pandemic where depression and anxiety skyrocketed. So what's considered too much? Excessive drinking in women is considered as having more than 4 drinks in one setting. And there are some warning signs, including being unable to limit alcohol consumption and feeling anxious without drinking for a short amount of time. Doctors say this could all lead to long-term health effects like liver disease and decreased fertility. And that is Connecting the Dots.
Welcome back to DBL. We love sharing your comments. Okay, boomers and the younger generation. Allison says, couldn't find parking is my excuse that I didn't want to go in the first place.
Ooh, Allison.
I've used that for the gym before.
Have you?
Yeah, can't find one, gotta go.
Bye. Julia says, here's what boomers get right, sending thank you notes. I send thank you notes.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's a great
That's
thing.
a beautiful thing.
It is.
Class act.
It really is.
It is the biggest, most underrated thing.
It is.
It's something that should never go away.
I just made Sophie do all her thank you notes for her birthday party. We were a couple months
That's
late,
amazing.
but late better than never, right?
That's good.
And then Maxwell says,
Late better than never.
That's not the saying. Someone write that down. That was funny.
Late better than never. The old saying.
The old saying, a trip down the hill is up the river.
Maxwell says, I think bad reviews only work when there are many on the same issue.
Yes.
I read reviews looking for similar issues, and there's some good points.
Such a good point. Exactly.
Look for the trends.
Yeah, right, right. Right.
All right.
Still got 10 more seconds.
Appreciate you all for watching us today. We love
thank
you.
you note from Sam.
DBL is new every day. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye, guys.